Kia ora koutou, talofa lava. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the July committee. We've got a few formalities to get through before we start. The councillors who are online, and we have online councillors Leone, Stewart, Williams and Newman. We have a number of apologies received for absence from Councillor Darby and Councillor Lee, for lateness from Mayor Brown, who I believe is providing an inspirational address to the Labour caucus. That'll be a good one to see. Also, Councillor Bartley and perhaps a couple of the Councillor Foley and Newman may be coming in later by the sounds of things. Early departure, Councillor Leone. Are there any more apologies?
Councillor Foley is online. Yeah,
Councillor Foley is online. Okay, so moved by Councillor Sayers, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We go to the second item, which is a rather sad item, and I'm going to call upon the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Desley Simpson, to make a short statement.
Thank you, Chair. I know that councillors have woken this morning to the tragic news. Former Auckland Council Chief Executive Doug Mackay's wife, Trish. She was a victim of a burglary, and as a result of that, a very tragic incident. And I know the family have asked for privacy at this time, but I'm sure you as councillors join with me in sending our very deepest and most sincere condolences to the Mackay family. And I ask if you could join me in standing for a minute's silence. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Item 3 is the confirmation of minutes. Yeah, I'll come. The minutes for confirmation for 6th of June. Councillor Fletcher will move it. I'll second it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 2, go back one. Any declarations of interest? I don't think there are any. No. As with item 4, there are no petitions, which brings us through to the main order of the day, which for this part of the agenda anyway, which is public input. We received quite a number of requests, actually, 9 or 10 all up. We accepted 5, and the balance of the other ones we asked to be deferred. So where we can't accommodate people, we always make the offer of them coming to the next meeting so that everyone gets a chance to have a say. It's just logistically too difficult if we have really more than 5. So the deferred requests that have been noted here, one from the Downer Group, who we're going to talk about Unsealed Road, so they'll come back later. Equally with the Equal Justice Project, and they similarly have been offered a slot at the next meeting. There was a couple of other ones that were similarly advised to come to the August meeting, and there was a request outside the time from Jeff Upson, and unfortunately Jeff was in too late, it was full up, so that was declined. It didn't come in the one clear working day. With all that said, we will have to be reasonably business-like, folks, because we've got a big agenda today, got a lot to get through, and then we've got a workshop after that. If the meeting's not bad enough, we're then in for a workshop. So we'll look to keep our presenters pretty close to the 5 minutes, and I'll just ask for a couple of questions. So we won't have time to go around and do the usual opening up to everyone, because we've got a lot to get through. So having said all that, first item up today, public input. I welcome to the front Paul Miller and John Gardner, who are going to talk to us today about a new approach to infrastructure and funding. Paul is the founder and technologist for Complete View Software Limited, and John is the managing director for Candor. So welcome, gentlemen. And there is a presentation. All the presentations were sent out in advance. Over to you.
Just get that going. To those who don't know me, so Paul Miller, I've been a passionate advocate for transport for Auckland, and currently involved with promoting the trains to Huapai. But here today to talk about something more important than my beloved transport is how we pay for everything. So I'll hand over to my colleague for an introduction, and thank you for inviting me.
Right, my name is John Gardner. I'm a civil engineer by training, with 35 years experience, mainly throughout New Zealand, but also internationally, in housing and infrastructure. It's well published. Oh, sorry. How does this work?
Okay, so just to set the scene, I know we've only got 5 minutes, and we're certainly not wanting to do death by PowerPoint, especially being the first session in the morning. It wouldn't be a great way to start to engage with you. I think everyone knows what the issues are with transport in Auckland, with not just transport, with infrastructure in Auckland, its deficits, the maintenance of that infrastructure, and its impact on the citizens of Auckland and the potential growth of Auckland. The reality is it's not just the problems that we've got with infrastructure, it's the problems we've got with funding. You guys have done a wonderful job to try and balance the funding side of things to get through the current term and work out a basic model that scrapes us through in the next terms. But if you look at the RLTP, it's $24 billion short of funding the transport plans that this same council is wanting to endorse. So there is no money there. Government is stretched in terms of the debt capability. The council is stretched. There is no debt mechanisms that will fund us out of this infrastructure problem. So what's the answer? I'll hand over to John to tell you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Paul. Our problems are well publicised, and being involved in housing and infrastructure, we're hitting the problems on the ground day in, day out. So about 2.5 years ago, we started looking at how we might do something slightly differently. Sorry, I jumped. I'm not sure how to work the system.
Go back one.
There we go, sorry. Started engaging with, started engaging with industry professionals, and over the last 2.5 years, I've looked at a lot of problems, looked at a lot of financial tools available to us in New Zealand, and also looked at proven tools overseas that we do not yet use. So while what we're promoting requires legislative change at central government level, we've used Auckland, which is my hometown and one I know most about, to demonstrate a new model. And our development goals were fundamentally to help fix our aged infrastructure, accelerate the delivery of new infrastructure, improve housing supply affordability. Everyone can read, I think. But the key thing is to how do we fund it without overtaxing ratepayers. So, so the model that we've put together. The model that we've put together. Oh, sorry, actually, just go back. The key, we've looked at a lot of proven tools in New Zealand, but we've looked at what is best practice overseas, and essentially what we have done is not create any new tools. That's not what we're about. It's how we take these tools and put them in a very specific system to deal with very specific problems. So what we've essentially done is taken proven tools and just order them into a system that creates value and triggers a whole lot of improvement. And the base line of that is value capture. So when councils rezone land, I think it's accepted there's a very large jump in value. And the principle of value capture is simply to take some of that value uplift as a starting point and apply that to fixing infrastructure. Now, Greenfields in particular has a unique dynamic in that if council announces that they will zone land, you immediately get land speculators, developers and people positioning themselves. And as land sales occur, value has been captured before you've even put a spade in the ground to deliver infrastructure. So it's a model that's delivering revenue early and does not require debt, which is a very, very key component. Now, our model fundamentally says if you rezone some land, you capture some of that value, you apply that in the first instance to building greenfields infrastructure, which then in turn facilitates the development. What you are able to do in our model is generate a greenfields surplus, which can then be used for intensification. So the private sector can do greenfields very successfully and efficiently, but brownfields is really, at a large scale, a public sector exercise. So surplus revenue from greenfields can be applied to, say, targeting a suburb, upgrading the infrastructure to allow for intensification, which then in turn allows that intensification. You then provide a brownfields value uplift, which is more related to the provision of infrastructure, and you create a loop where you can start to upgrade infrastructure. Now, in the box, we're promoting that replaces the current development contributions regime, which in turn takes that you repurpose the development contribution into an infrastructure renewal. Yep. So.
Are you able to round it off now, gents?
Yep.
Where was the copy of that? So the next steps on this was that there's a lot of work gone into this, as well as modelling for all of Auckland. This is a New Zealand-wide thing that we're putting to central government, and we've had very positive responses from central government at the moment. What we're looking for out of this council is an openness to give us feedback, so when we go back to central government, we've got the things that are important to the council that have been checked out. Are those calculations relevant? Will they create the funding that is required by council? And will that protect the citizens of Auckland in terms of the ones that you want to be on board with this change? So you're talking about new homeowners. The whole idea, if we look at it from a citizen perspective, you can't whack new homeowners that can't afford to buy a house with a charge to build infrastructure. You also can't, I know it's tempting, but you can't target developers because developers just pass it on to homeowners. So where do you put that charge, and it's in that uplift around the upside on the property side of things. So in a summary, that's what it is. What we're looking for you guys to do is to say, are you interested in talking further? Would you like to have a look at what we've done, and will you give us feedback so we can take that to central government?
Okay, a couple of very quick questions, please, Councillor Walker.
Sure. So, on the basis of what you've said, this has got merit. And I guess my question further to this is, how can we get a conversation going? Mr. Potter is probably in a position to speak to that briefly. So my question's really directed to you, Barry. How can we get a conversation going to take this further?
I'd be happy to take that up, and we can arrange to meet Paul and go through this in some detail. Yep.
Thanks, Barry. Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you for the presentation. It's an important topic that you've raised. I'm very pleased that Barry's opened up that opportunity that you can come back into the organisation. Barry, that might want to include the Chief of Staff potentially, because this is obviously in the political arena, as we've heard. It's obviously very complex and we need to understand it better, so thank you. My question is around what do you see as the benefit of your framework compared to the current, perhaps, model system we're using?
The key factor is value uplift, because it's a new source of funding that doesn't require, or at least mitigates, any requirement for debt. And in our modelling, it can generate a surplus that then gives the public sector the ability to large-scale infrastructure upgrades for intensification. And most importantly, it replaces the development contribution regime, which then allows a uniform charge across the city for infrastructure renewal. And our model is actually allowing to invest some of that for the future and to actually utilise some of that on the way through to supplement existing budgets.
Right, okay, thank you. So, Councillor Sayers, there's a motion on the screen to receive the input. If you could move it, and Councillor Walker will second it, noting that Barry Potter is going to facilitate some discussion with the presenters today and the council. So thank you, Paul and John, for that presentation, a very apt timing. So all those, it's been moved and seconded, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Brings us to the second item on the agenda, which is Ocean Flyer, which, as the team make their way up, is going to present to us on new Seaglider technology and how it can be used in transport, public transport in the future. We have Shah Islam, the CEO, and John Hamilton, the Director of Operations. Again, a presentation has been sent through, and I believe there's a short video to start us off. Welcome, Shah. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for having us here today. We'll start with a quick video and then we'll do a quick run through of the slides, and we can take any questions from there. Thank you for that. So what you saw there is a Seaglider, essentially a vehicle or a vessel, if you were to call it, that float, foils, and flies. It starts on its hull, and at about 5 to 10 nautical miles, it lifts onto its foils, and from there it takes off, flying at speeds of up to 180 nautical miles an hour or 300 kilometers an hour. If we look at, I guess, the current problems that the country is facing around transport, not just in Auckland, I think it's unfair to just blame Auckland. I think around the country, rails, ferries, aviation, roads, everything is a bit fragile. So our aim in 2022 was to bring a new piece of technology that would help some of those problems. As we can see, the Seaglider is very agile. We can use it for multi-purposes. Our aim as a starting point is to use it for passengers and cargo, but it can be used for search and rescue, air medical purposes, cargo purposes, and really any other things that the communities need. So we've committed an order book of 25 Seagliders with Regent. We've paid our deposits. We're expecting deliveries of the first ones 2026. We've placed order for 15 of the smaller ones that are the 12-seaters and 10 of the larger ones, which are up to 100-seaters. By 2030, once we have all 25 Seagliders operating around the country, we anticipate to move up to 6 million passengers and 300 million kgs of cargo. These are some pictures of the full-scale Seaglider coming to life. So as we speak, it's being placed into the water. By the end of the year, it'll start its testing on floating, foiling, and flying, and into next year, we'll continue its testing. And by the end of next year, it enters commercial production. We've engaged with all the ports up and down the countries, including Auckland Port, and conversations have been very positive. Some of you may have heard in the media, we've, I guess, anchored ourselves with Northland because close to Auckland, and it's a community that requires a lot of travel into Auckland, and they've been very supportive on this front. These are examples of route structures. We're not looking at all of them as a starting point, but I think it's fair to say Whangarei, Auckland, Tauranga would be the key. Auckland being the center point, again, moving people into Auckland and out of Auckland. But if you look at the times, from Auckland to Whangarei, down in Viaduct, 45 minutes at a cost of $50. Auckland to Tauranga, 45 minutes at a cost of $50 to $60. We don't anticipate this anywhere in the country crossing $100 per ticket. It's also fair to say we've had some conversations with Auckland Council around some of the more local routes, be it the Wahiki Island, Great Barrier, Whangaparoa, Gulf Harbor. And those are routes we'll continue to look into as well, but we welcome any input from all of you here today as well. Seagliders, just to be clear, are regulated by Maritime. We've got a sister company, Air Napier, where we deal with civil aviation. But as anything that flies under 500 feet, IMO and ICAO reached an agreement that will be regulated by Maritime. Maritime have been very supportive. They've actually sent a team out to the States last year to visit Regent. And they're working closely with us around the safety case and the operational case. These are some of the partnerships that we have been lucky enough to head up over the last 12 to 18 months, and they've all been very crucial to our success so far. Met Service, Met Ocean, Maritime obviously as the key regulator, Northport, Northland Inc., and we're hoping that after today we can build some more formal relationships with Auckland Council, seeing as Auckland is the biggest market, and it's fair to say it'll help Auckland a lot. We inked a deal with Monty last month where they've agreed to fund the first 15 Seagliders. So once we start receiving delivery mid-26, we should start operating these. These are some of the other key players in the industry that have signed up with Regent, so we're not alone. It's the likes of Japan Airlines, Hawaiian, Lockheed Martin, some big names. And I think this is the new way of doing transport. We've got a solid governance board. Some of them are local, some of them are overseas, but that bring a wide breadth of knowledge. Please feel free to follow us. And at the end, I'd like to say why we are here today is we'd love to engage in conversations with you and the wider team around getting some space, ideally at the White Cloud, because we see that as a central point where we can operate in and out of. And also being part of the wider public transport system, being part of the AT Hopcard or any other, I guess, opportunities that you see for us. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent presentation. And book me in on that 20-minute trip to Great Barrier for $35. I'll be your first passenger on that one. That's okay. We've got time for a couple of quick questions. Councillor Hills and Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it looks pretty cool, but I guess how do you see this operating as public transport? Because this this is a tourist opportunity, not that this is not public transport. How many people are in one?
I guess to answer your question with frankness, I'm not aware of the official definition of public transport, but I see public transport as anything that's moving people between point A and point B, whether it's for healthcare purposes, education, work, or any other purposes. We do know out of Whangarei, there's a lot of people who travel to Auckland on a daily basis and they struggle with Air New Zealand or driving for 3 or 4 hours. So we may not fit the wider definition of public transport, but I do see that this can help public.
Okay, and I guess so you're looking to, if you would want access to the ferry basin, and so how many people per vessel and how many times a day would you be wanting access?
So this is going to be high frequency. We're looking at every half an hour to 45 minutes of flight, either coming into Auckland or leaving Auckland. Smaller one can take up to 12 people, and the larger one will have the ability to take up to 100 people.
Okay, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, the question I've got is around the impact on marine mammals. So, for example, we've got a whale, the Bruder's whale, that has pods in the Gulf. If you've got 5 to 10 k's approaching 300 k's an hour, it's going to be pretty difficult for something to get out of the way. So, is that something you're working on?
Totally, because we too are conscious of marine mammals, and nobody wants to hit one for the safety of the machine and its passengers and for the well-being of the mammals. So there's two ways to mitigate that risk. One is that the machine itself has passive acoustics on board to understand where there are marine mammals making noises. And we have engaged with the Styles group living down in Parnell Rise, who are keen in putting in static buoys along the line of where we would be foiling it at reasonable speed, so that you can get a real-time feed to the pilots of these machines to understand where mammals might be, and either take off early, and therefore once airborne you're not going to be a risk to the mammal, or manoeuvre to avoid where they are.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. As far as the public transport goes, worth reiterating the point that Shah and his team have engaged with some of the communities on the outer harbour runs, where the 100-seater, for instance, would be a very good fit for the numbers that are currently coming through, especially with an increased frequency. So Barry Potter has taken up the request, Shah and John, in respect of your ask for engagement with the council, so he'll follow up on that and liaise with you. We have a resolution to receive and thank Shah and John for the presentation. It is moved by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Great, carried. Thanks, very good, guys. A really exciting technology there. And I'm serious about that Great Barrier trip too, honestly.
I'll note it down. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Absolutely.
Okay, so that brings us to the third item on public input today, and it comes from Break, the road safety charity, and they are going, and we're welcome to the front Caroline Perry, the New Zealand director, and Caroline has 5 minutes to talk to us about the safe speed limits as they apply to Auckland. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As mentioned, I'm Caroline Perry and I'm the NZ Director of Break. For anyone who's not come across us before, If anyone who's not come across this before, Break's a national road safety charity that works to prevent road deaths and injuries, to make communities safer for everyone, and to care for families who've been bereaved and injured in road crashes. We support the safe system approach to road safety, which acknowledges that humans make mistakes and that takes a whole of transport system approach, including safe speeds, to improve safety and reduce road trauma. As an organisation, we support a lot of bereaved and injured people from crashes, and we see the devastating and long-term consequences that they have. This is Michelle, who's one of our volunteers, and she kindly gave me permission to share her story with you today. Back in 2013, Michelle was crossing Mount Eden Road when she was hit by a car. She suffered multiple fractures, including to her back, and underwent major surgery following the crash. Fast forward 11 years to 2024, Michelle has since undergone several more surgeries, including another major surgery last year, all because of injuries sustained in the crash. She still undergoes regular physiotherapy and pain management treatments. She's on ACC, and she will be for the rest of her life. The crash in which Michelle was seriously injured was not the result of a reckless driver, of someone being impaired by alcohol or drugs or talking on the phone, though there are obviously many crashes that are caused by those. But it was the result of someone who made a mistake. So I'm sharing her story to highlight both the long-term impact that crashes have on people in our communities, on our overburdened health system, and on our economy, and also to show that crashes don't always involve reckless behaviour. In fact, around 2/3 of crashes in Auckland occur because someone made a mistake. Safe speed limits are proven to help reduce road harm, and particularly to help protect our most vulnerable road users. An International Transport Forum report looked at speed limits across 10 countries and found a pattern. Where speed limits were lowered, the severity and frequency of crashes decreased. Where speeds were increased, so too did the severity and frequency of crashes. We're concerned that the draft speed limit rule doesn't allow for new 30 limits in communities, despite the wealth of evidence about the benefits of them. There's a significant difference in the impact and survivability of a crash at 30 kilometres an hour compared to 50 kilometres an hour. The blanket reversal of speed limits around schools proposed in the draft rule doesn't take into account the many different school and road environments that there are across Auckland and that have been factored into previous phases of the speed management programme and Katoa Ora, and all of the public consultation that occurred for those. We need safe speeds around schools and in communities throughout the day. 85% of serious crashes that happen around them happen outside normal drop-off and pick-up times. Many schools have facilities that are used before and after school and on weekends. Often there are other community facilities in the area. Permanent safe speed zones around schools can prevent 6 times more deaths and serious injuries compared to variable speed limits. They also help streets to feel safer, encouraging walking and cycling. If parents don't feel it's safe, they'll drive their children to school, putting more traffic on the roads and creating more congestion. We've been conducting a survey with schools. We've been conducting a survey with schools and childcare centres, and these schools gave me permission to share some of their comments with you about the situation around their school. There are schools in high-density neighbourhoods that have children who walk, cycle and scoot from home and want to be able to continue doing so, not just for 150 metres either side of the school gate. There are schools that are split site, with students having to cross the road for lessons, not just at the start and end of the day. There are schools that have people accessing other facilities on their site at all times of the day, such as childcare centres. And this school in South Auckland is on a road that currently has a 50 limit, with a proposal for a variable speed limit under Katoa Ora, and various safety features that have been implemented outside the school. Prior to 2020, however, this road was 100 kilometres an hour. In the last 4 years, this area has seen significant change and development, yet under the draft rule, this road could revert to 100. Auckland has changed a lot in the last 4 years, and it will continue to change, so we need speed limits that match our road conditions. And I focused on children because children in particular are at risk. We all make mistakes, including them. Their brains are still developing. They're unable to assess risk in the same way that we as adults can. They're unable to accurately judge the speed of traffic going over 30 kilometres an hour, so they may think it's safe to cross when it isn't. And if they're hit by a vehicle, they suffer different damage to adults. As adults, we're more likely to suffer lower body injuries, but children are more likely to suffer serious head and neck injuries because of where the impact is. So in conclusion, my key points are we need to keep lower speed limits around schools and in communities and be able to implement more 30km/h limits. And we need to be able to match speed limits to the road conditions across our entire network. This will result not only in safety benefits, but also health, environment and economic benefits for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for your presentation. A couple of quick questions. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Caroline, for your presentation and for all the work you do, and today for having the voice of our children. So there's been some debate around the time it takes to get to places now that the speed limits are lowered. Have you done any work on what that extra time is over a 20-minute journey?
So for the average journey in Auckland, it's a matter of seconds. So you're only talking a lot of journeys, maybe 15 seconds, if that, in terms of a difference in journey time. And I'm sure there are others, I don't have the exact figures here with me, but they are available as well. So it makes a really small difference in terms of travel time. And we know that in terms of congestion, what really makes a difference to congestion are intersections and the amount of traffic on the road. So if we encourage more people and enable people to walk, cycle to school with their children, if we enable people to use public transport, we can reduce congestion that way.
Make an excellent point. 14.2 seconds,
Thank you.
or perhaps 12 seconds under the Minister's recommendation, which is a gaining of 2.2 seconds, but a lot more deaths. Thank you for that.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for lateness. Thank you for what you're doing. How frustrating is it when you see these changes coming through that are proposed and that are all about pushing more speed, and yet you can see the damage that it's going to cause, especially to the most vulnerable, being our children? Must be really hard, and please, God, don't stop what you're doing. We need your voice.
Thank you. And yes, you nailed it there in terms of it is very frustrating, but also for us as an organisation that supports people who've been affected by crashes and sees the consequences, the fact that we are putting at risk more people and we are going to be likely dealing with more people who are killed or seriously injured and more families being put in that situation is heartbreaking for those families as well. So that is why we are pushing as much as we can to look at the evidence, because the evidence really shows, and there is a wealth of evidence both from here and around the world about the difference that lower speed limits make.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a couple of other presenters here, so we'll pick up some of the other questions. So we'll just keep it at two per presenter, I think. I've tried to do it with the other ones. So, Councillor Dalton, would you like to move the motion of thanks to Caroline, and seconded by Councillor Bartley? All those in favour? Against? Okay, thank you, Caroline, and you know that there'll be a item, of course, you know, later in the agenda, which brings us up to our fourth presenter today. It's by Auckland, and is also to do with retaining existing safe speeds, and would welcome up Fianna Delifi, the Chief Biking Officer, and she's going to address the committee. Welcome, Fianna.
Kia ora. Yay. Okay, cool. Oh, fantastic. Oh, the old text is on there. That's fantastic. Okay. I don't know if that will get in the way or not. I didn't know it would do that, so hopefully it's all right. Kia ora, I'm Fianna Delifi. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm the Chief Biking Officer for Bike Auckland. Before I start, I just want to quickly request that there's a letter from the Newton Central School Principal, which is in concern of item 10. Can we please also add this to the agenda? Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if you haven't met Bike Auckland before, we're a non-profit and we're all about reducing barriers to cycling for transport so that anyone who wants to can choose to cycle from A to B. We're really big on inclusivity, and that means all the diverse array of bike types that are out there and the diverse array of riders. So I want to just bring it to your attention that 1 in 3 Aucklanders do not drive. They're getting around in other ways. And some of these people and some of the people that are driving right now would find that a bike is their best mode of transport if our roads were safe and accessible. This is me, this is my bike. My bike is my mobility aid sometimes. I have a joint condition and sometimes it's really painful for me to walk, but I can still cycle to where I need to go, giving me freedom, keeping me active, and keeping me engaged in life. There are lots of people like me who find trouble with walking, but can have a more active and independent life with a bike. If our streets make it accessible to them to ride for their transport. So the vision of the Aotearoa New Zealand Disability Strategy is that New Zealand is a non-disabling society, a place where disabled people have an equal opportunity to achieve their goals and aspirations, and all of New Zealand works together to make this happen. And a key part of that is having a non-disabling accessible transport network. The network that we have right now is not accessible. It's an inaccessible transport network. And this means that some people are forced to stay home instead of completing their journeys. This increases loneliness, depression, and it means that they have fewer work options because they can't reliably get to work. And that, of course, has an effect on the people around them as well. If we made our transport system more accessible, including being accessible to ride a bike, some of these people would be able to work more. They would have better mental health outcomes. They would be able to complete their journeys. And their friends, whānau, and caregivers may be able to jump on bikes as well. So a key way to do that is to make our streets safer, to make our streets feel safer as well. So 30 Ks is this magical number, which, as you just heard, is really important for safety, but it's also really important for feeling safer and more attractive. It's quieter, the traffic noise quietens down, so it becomes a lot more pleasant and attractive to walk and cycle. And we see this across Tāmeki Makaurau. So in areas where the speed has been lowered to 30 Ks as part of the residential speed program, people have found that they feel safer and they've started to walk and cycle more. In Papakura, where that speed was lowered, almost half of the people in that area started to walk and cycle more. So this can be very powerful. So of course, I'm here talking to you because of the land transport rule, which would make us lose the accessibility and safety that we currently have and make it impossible to deliver the future accessibility and safety that we want for our transport network. Bike Auckland urges you to protect the accessibility and safety that we have by opposing the land transport rule so that we can continue to enjoy our existing 30k speeds and so that we can deliver katoa ka ora, the speed management plan which has been extensively consulted and is overwhelmingly supported by the communities that it directly affects, and so that we can work towards delivering that accessible transport network that we desperately need. Kia ora.
Perfect timing, Fionn. You get the gold star for perfect pitch. Do we have some questions for Fionn? Councillor Hills, Councillor Henderson.
Good. Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the work you do and the organisation. I guess for me, a question would be on the consultation. So the blanket speed rule that we keep getting told was blanket.
Yes.
From your understanding, was it blanket or was it consultation for every community?
So what we saw as Bike Auckland was that as the speeds were changed, they were individually consulted, and the ones that have been kept have been overwhelmingly supported and had really strong positive effects for their communities. It was not a blanket speed level change, but this rule would be a blanket speed level change back up. So although it wasn't a blanket change when it was lowered and made safe, it would be a blanket level change to reverse them.
Thank you. And just last question, I was going to ask a question to the last speaker, but with your organisation, I know you feel it hard when someone is killed or hurt
Yeah.
in a cycling accident, what goes through the community or your groups? What is the ripple effect when that happens? Because it happens quite often in the city.
Yeah, so if someone is seriously injured or dies on a bike on our streets, our core team feels it very, very strongly. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And if we can get in touch with the families and get their permission, we often arrange a memorial ride near the area where they were killed. And the turnout for those is a really high turnout. It's like 80 to 100 people who haven't met this person before because they feel it so strongly that someone else who rides a bike around our city has been killed just trying to get to where they want to go. And it's heartbreaking. And some people find that they really struggle to cycle after they hear about those sorts of horrible tragedies, yeah.
Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. Just to sort of really drill down on it, because one of the elements we have to feedback on is around variable speed limits around schools. So can I just confirm, does your group oppose the variable limits proposal?
Absolutely. So obviously having a variable limit is better than no safe speed at all. But the permanent speed changes are crucial. As you heard in Brake's presentation, 85% of the serious injuries and deaths on the roads immediately outside schools are at times that wouldn't be covered by the variable speed limits. And children are using the school streets at all hours of the day. And there's other people using those streets as well. It's not just kids getting to school. It's people like me trying to get to work or the shops. And that's also really important.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henderson, would you like to move the motion of thanks to Fionn? Moved by Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Hills. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Fionn, for your presentation, which brings us through to our final presenters for today in public input. It's from the Australasian College of Road Safety, and we'll also be speaking to the new speed limits rule. We welcome Paul Durden and Dr. Hamish Mackey, who will be doing the presenting today. Oh, not both, just one. Welcome. Oh, we've got Paul online. Great.
Well, kia ora everyone. Thanks for having us here. As you say, I've got Paul online. We're here from the Australasian College of Road Safety. I'm Dr. Hamish Mackey. Sorry, I'm just going to make sure this works. I'm a committee member of the New Zealand chapter, and Paul will introduce himself shortly. I'm a transport researcher. I've been working in the transport sector, including road safety and other parts, for the last 20 years. So, Paul, do you want to introduce yourself and carry on?
Thank you, Hamish. Yes, hi everyone, and thanks for the opportunity today. My name is Paul Durden. I'm a technical director with ABLI. I'm based in Christchurch, and I'm also the co-chair of the New Zealand chapter of the College of Road Safety. So the college is the region's peak membership association for road safety. There are nearly 1,000 members throughout Australasia and beyond that are members, and it includes experts in all areas of road safety, from policymakers, health and transport professionals, academics and the like. The purpose of the college is to support the members in their efforts to eliminate serious road trauma through knowledge sharing, professional development, networking and advocacy. The college has a vision which is the elimination of fatal and serious injury for all road users. In terms of chapters and networks, so for each state and territory in Australia, there is a chapter, and there is also a chapter based in New Zealand, which Hamish and I are members of, and on the committee. There are also a number of networks specialising in specific interest areas. The college produces a number of policy statements on particular issues, and has one in relation to speed management. And the principles behind that policy position are shared there on the screen. So at a very high level, the principles that inform the policy are that it's not acceptable for anyone to be killed or seriously injured in the road traffic system, and the system must be made safe for all road users. And because of that, that means that health and safety are far more important outcomes of the system than efficiency or cost. The safe and legal speeds should be obvious to drivers and riders to reduce speed management errors, and that speed limits should be set to match the road function, characteristics and design, and that the strategy should be comprehensive in their scope and not just simply rely on changing a speed limit sign and enforcing it. Hamish, did you want to speak to the next slide?
Okay, so all of that means there are some key points here when it comes to implementing successful speed limits, and I'm just going to run through them here. We need to use survivable speed, so these 30km/h speed limits that we've been implementing are super important. This is the threshold by which above that pedestrians and cyclists will be killed or seriously hurt above that. So there's actually overwhelming evidence globally that implemented 30km/h speed limits in cities is leading to about a 30 to 40% reduction in deaths and serious injuries. This is global evidence. We're starting to see this emerge in evaluations here in New Zealand as well. So correspondingly, if we reverse these 30km/h speed limits, we can expect to see increases in trauma of those sorts of magnitudes. So this is the implications potentially of how we implement the New Zealand speed limits rule. We do need to put them in the right place and make them understandable to people so they look and feel appropriate to people, and that's a really important part of the college's position on speed. So you can sort of see here, this is a village in Auckland. This works really well, and we need to be making sure that the speed limits make sense to people. That's really important. But we also need to do this consistently across the network. It's not only this village, we need other villages to be looking and feeling the same way as well. So we've got a few key issues with the setting of speed limits rule, and Paul's just going to talk through some of these now.
Thank you, Hamish. So yes, as a college, the key issues that we have with the proposed setting of speed limits 2024 is there are several of them. One of which is the need for reversals of speed limits that have been implemented since the 1st of January 2020 on roads that are classified as an urban connector. So they're typically your arterial roads and on some local streets as well. We're also very concerned about the requirement for future speed limit changes to align with defined speed limits and speed limit ranges that are set out in the rule, because those speeds do not align with survivable speed setting principles. So there are examples. There is no provision for 30km/h permanent speeds, like you have implemented on across a lot of Auckland to great success as well. So an example is that it says that any urban street needs to have a speed limit of 50km/h, except where there are high levels of pedestrian or cycling activity, in which case it could be 40. So that's still far higher than what the evidence suggests is necessary. And urban connectors would have a range of 50 to 80km/h. And just very quickly, if you compare a crash that happens at 60km/h to a crash that were to happen, say, at 50 originally, there is a 60% increase in severity of outcome if that involves a pedestrian being hit at 60 compared to 50, and 50% chance for a right angle collision, so like a T-bone type collision, if that just involves vehicles at an intersection. So there are some significant consequences here. Hamish.
Sorry, it's just to finish off, there's a range of implications for Auckland from the setting of speed limits rule. I won't go through them all here, but generally there's going to be, we can see if we implement it as it's written at the moment, an increase in harm on our roads. There's no real evidence that increasing speed limits increases productivity. That's really more about congestion and the number of cars on the road. We do see a couple of positive points about unsealed roads at 60 and 80km/h, and also things like rural intersection speed limits. But overall, the evidence suggests that we need to be improving and building on the current approach as opposed to reversing it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul Hamish, for your presentation today. You can take a couple of quick questions from the councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. My question's kind of across all the presenters. I was too late with the previous question. All this, cars don't kill people, people kill people. Speed doesn't kill people, people kill people. I have worked for 40 years at my business premises, which are in a bush-clad rural suburb, directly opposite a primary school. And in those 40 years, and it's still in existence, in those 40 years, I can only think of 3 instances recently boy racers turned up on the intersection and just carried on until they stopped traffic. I got them on my cameras, took it to the police, no action was taken. Then another time, someone who was peed up took out the sign, the lamppost. Luckily, no one was hurt. And then before that, back in 1990, 2 Waitakere City Council trucks, one rolled on the corner because they were racing each other. My point is not that I'm not wanting to look after the people, but we're penalising the good people who aren't your problem. And what are we going to do about the people who are the problem? Because how's the speed going to fix that?
Absolutely, there's extreme behaviours we need to deal with, and we do support in the broader sort of goals of government things like improved increased penalties and things like that. That absolutely needs to be dealt with, don't get me wrong. But we do know that around 2/3 of deaths and serious injuries happen when everyday people just make everyday mistakes. And what we need is a system around them that'll prevent those everyday mistakes from turning into fatalities. And we believe that it's unacceptable that such small errors should lead to people being killed or seriously hurt.
Thank you. So I would just counter by saying 40 years worth of observations doesn't point those statistics to me.
Councillor Dalton.
Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question around the 30 kilometres because I do support what you're saying in terms of the injury or fatality. But there are stretches of road that are 30 that are what look like to be creating a perverse outcome. Is that your experience? And is the answer to lift that back to 40 depending on where that road is? Or is it to try and get through the 30 kilometre perverse outcomes?
I think absolutely we need to, and this is the college's position, that we do need to work hard to make sure that speed limits are sensible and understandable to people. They make sense and they're self-explaining, we sometimes call it. So that's absolutely, and if a road feels very fast and we're posting it at 30 kilometres an hour, then there is a problem that needs to be addressed. And we might need to do something to the road to make it look and feel more like 30, or we might need to think of alternative speed limits. But Paul, do you have anything to add on this?
Oh, look, I just support what you've said there, Hamish. And I think the college's, well, I don't think the college's position is exactly as you've outlined there. And I think some of the issues that are present in the dialogue that is happening at the moment around safe and appropriate speeds is not so much to do with the science behind what the safe and appropriate speeds are, but rather the implementation techniques that have been used. So yes, exactly. If a road doesn't look and feel like it's ready to support 30 kilometres per hour because it's particularly straight and wide, then things need to be implemented there to make sure that it does have those self-explaining characteristics.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Hamish and Paul, for your presentation today. It's very much appreciated. I'm happy to move the motion of thanks to the Australasian College of Road Safety and seconded by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour? Against? Okay, thank you, and thank you to all our presenters today. Very high standard of presentation and will no doubt be used in the last three items anyway when we get to item 10 later on to do with the speed limits. So that brings us to item 6, which is local board input. There was no local board input on that. So we go on to item 7, extraordinary items, none of there. Which brings us to the first substantive item on the agenda today is the KiwiRail update. And we welcome to the front then John Knight, Bevan Assink and Bobby Fisher, who will be talking to us about the update from KiwiRail on its Auckland program. And I know some councillors have been asking for this opportunity, so it's be a good chance to quiz KiwiRail. We just they're just coming in now. Had to catch a bus, had to get a bus replacement. I understand. I made them a little bit later. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. So while the KiwiRail team just getting themselves organised there, we have a presentation that will be up on the slide, and this was sent through to councillors previously. So over to you.
Kia ora tātou everybody. Mr Chair, thank you for accommodating our slight lateness. What I'd like to do this morning is front foot the disruption we've had to our customers and patronage within the Auckland network with the failure of our points in the Britomart. And what I'll do is I'll hand to my technical expert, but sorry, before I'll just take a pause, I better introduce who we have. On my right, we have Bobby Fisher, who's our Capital Program Director of the NZ Up program for upgrading the network in Auckland, and the Director of the CRL program for KiwiRail, Bev Nassink. So the technical expertise resides with them, and the general expertise sits with me. So I'm going to hand to Bevan to give you a summary of what happened this morning and what we're doing about it and how we're going to recover the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Pretty generous in giving us a technical expert tag. But in terms of what happened this morning, so as you're well aware, unfortunately, we've had another failure of our points down in Britomart. We put those in over Christmas, along with some of the track realignment that we've been doing for the CRL in terms of its final state. We've had a number of failures down there with these new points machines, unfortunately. We've traced it back now through to the frequency converter. So this is essentially the brains of the points machine itself. And this takes the inputs from the signalling system around when to move them and so on. And unfortunately, we've sent 3 of them back to the manufacturer, and they've done forensics into those and found that there's a batch defect, a latent batch defect that sits within the frequency converter. So we're working with them now around a recovery plan, but it looks very likely that we will need to go through and replace all the frequency converters over the next coming months. So there's about 16 of those at the moment. We've got about 6 in operation down in Britomart. We're also installing a number into the CRL tunnels at the moment and everything, and then we've got some more that's going down into Wellington. So it's a very concerning issue for us, and we're certainly working hard around trying to remedy it immediately. We're actually to some degree relieved as well, though, because we now have a smoking gun. For many months there, we were getting these intermittent failures, and we were struggling to trace it back to the root cause. So thankfully now we do have a root cause, and we do have a plan in place and now how to manage that going forward. Unfortunately, these don't show signs of when they're going to fail, so we aren't able to predict it. We are able to give a general guidance based on the number of movements that the machines make, and so I've got my team at the moment looking at all the movement analysis on the different machines to start giving us a prediction on when the machines may likely fail, and then we'll look to proactively swap them out when we get a new batch coming in the next week or so. So we are looking to try and mitigate the impacts of this. We'll also work with John's infrastructure team around having urgent response in Britomart and all that to minimise the impacts when we do have an unplanned failure. So we are looking at a range of different ways to manage this, but unfortunately I can't guarantee that we won't have more failures going forward until we can completely get these frequency converters changed out, unfortunately.
Mr Chair, thanks Bevan. Can I just add to that the immediacy is to make sure that we have response teams on site, and that we have the ability to provide immediate technician support, and that is part of our standby plan. The other thing to note is we've had a third-party international expert come in to assist Bevan and his team do a complete audit, and that is as completing stage 1, and it will go into stage 2 and stage 3, which is a complete network signalling control interface review. That means looking at the brain of all of the signalling systems we have and the mechanical machinery to make sure all of the upgrades Bobby's teams have completed in line with CRL are fit for purpose to run 16 trains per hour at CRL day 1, which is our commitment to our sponsors and our commitment to the people of Auckland. Okay, we might, if there are no questions, Mr Chair, I'll continue.
We'll pick up any questions at the end.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Can I just push through 3 slides to the forward, please, if I could? There we go, sitting here. See, my technical expert is operating. Thanks, Bobby. One more. Yeah.
Oh, point it that way, okay.
Okay, so what we'll cover today, thanks Bobby, what we'll cover today is a major upgrade of the program, the quick fly pass. We'll then do our commitments to forward works planning for CRL opening on day one and the 16 trains per hour commitment, and we'll then give you a quick current infrastructure focus update. What we will deal with today is my discussions with the Deputy Mayor to give more transparency and detail around the wheel-rail interface issues and the screeching we're getting around certain parts of the network and what we're doing to de-risk that. And we'll also look at the budget spend announcement from government and how we will optimise that spend to provide a better network service for our people within Auckland.
Thanks, John. Before I kick off with this and provide an overview of readiness of KiwiRail's projects for CRL, I'll just hand over to Bevan to provide a quick status update on CRL itself.
So on the CRL project, you're probably aware over the Matariki weekend, we were doing a lot of signalling integration work. So that was essentially looking to connect the CRL network, signalling network into the wider metro network. So we've done the interfaces at Britomart and Mount Eden, and now we're progressively working our way up through the tunnel system to bring the signalling infrastructure into commission and so on. We've also, from the traction power point of view, so the motive system for the trains, we've livened a traction section cabin up at Mount Eden, so that'll be the feed at the top end of the tunnel, and also a traction section cabin down in Key Park, so that'll be the bottom feed. And now we're starting to look to move into Britomart and liven up through the different OLE rooms and into the tunnel system itself as well. All the track work is in, and we're going through the process of certifying that in terms of its geometric alignments. And all the comm system and fibre has been installed and tested, and that's linked back to the Auckland Regional Operational Centre. So from a rail systems point of view, we're quite comfortable with how progress is going. There's a key date coming up in August when we're looking to electrify the whole of the CRL, and then obviously that'll then put us in good stead to moving towards November when we're looking to run the first test trains. So from a KiwiRail perspective, we're comfortable with how the project's rolling and all that. We won't speak around AT sort of concerns around the stations. We know that there's still a fair bit of work to be done there and everything, but by and large, there's certainly good progress being made. And as long as we can get to a November date and start running some trains, that'll allow us to progress well into our testing commissioning phase, which will run something in the order of about 6 to 9 months as we work through single, multi-trains, emergency testing and stress testing and so on. So from my point of view, everything's going reasonably well.
Thanks, Bevan. So this slide here talks to the readiness of KiwiRail's major works programs for the opening of CRL. So the slide has been presented before, so I won't spend too much time on it, just call out the updates that are of note from recent works. So across the board, we have a number of major projects that all need to be done in time for CRL day one. That is to enable the efficiency of the CRL timetable that John and Bevan spoke to, with 16 trains an hour through the CRL itself. Just running through that list in terms of major milestones that have been achieved. The Werribee Key Park milestone has successfully opened up a section of its new third main track, and that has been handed over to Auckland Transport and Auckland One Rail for testing of their new EMU trains. In terms of the P2P electrification project, Papakura and Pukekohe, we've had a very significant milestone over Matariki, just been, where we successfully energised the line. So that's 20 new kilometres of overhead line that is now energised. So the extent of the electrified network in Auckland now goes down to Pukekohe. With the Drury Rail Stations projects, that's still ongoing. There's no change there, where 2 out of 3 stations will be ready in time for CRL opening. They're not a core requirement, and the 3rd station will be ready soon after opening.
The remaining projects are all ongoing, so just a couple of things to note. In the previous version of this presentation, we had termed that Rail Operations Centre slightly differently. Its official name is the Auckland Rail Operations Centre, so we've just corrected that. That was officially opened in April, so that is a joint rail operations centre in Ellerslie where Auckland Transport, Auckland One Rail and KiwiRail are all co-located. So the feedback from that has been very positive in terms of the level of collaboration and ability to respond immediately to anything, any incidents or concerns on the network. The last item there, just to mention, is we have now received confirmation of funding for the full budget for the rail network rebuild. So that's a huge step forward for KiwiRail in terms of our ability to deliver the core works that are necessary for CRL Day 1. And we're working closely with Auckland Transport and Auckland One Rail at the moment to firm up what that delivery plan will be and looking to minimise disruption to the customers as we do the work. This slide here is just an overview of the key projects occurring throughout Auckland. So as you can see, there are works right across the network. There's a lot of investment in readiness for CRL. Most of these projects we've talked to on the previous slide. This just shows it geographically in terms of where it is. And it also shows the location of the rail network rebuild works area. So at the moment, the rail network rebuild team is working in the Papakura to Pokekoi section. So the electrification project runs to a point and it's substantially complete in terms of construction. The rail network rebuild team is coming in straight off the back of that to complete renewals works in that area so that we can get it all done at the time that the line is shut. And this slide here is just a snapshot of the future works program for Auckland. So in terms of growth in Auckland, to recap, this was mentioned at the previous briefing, but KiwiRail and Auckland Transport jointly have produced a strategic rail program that is a forward view of the next 30 years. The 30-year vision is based on future growth areas across Auckland. It is responding to what is foreseen in terms of patronage needs, both for freight and passenger. And the categories you see there are just the broad areas that the 30-year vision looks to focus its development on. So the key thing with the 30-year vision is that it looks at the development as a whole. So as growth increases and infrastructure requirements expand, the 30-year vision is looking at it at the system as a whole and making sure that the maintenance requirements, the requirements for the operator in terms of depots, stabling, fleet facilities, all of those are looked at hand in hand so that the growth in infrastructure investment is moving together with all components at the same pace. What we will just spend a minute on, because there has been a little bit of interest in potential for future expansion at Te Huapai, so I'll just hand over to John to say a bit about that.
Obviously, with the 30-year plan, there needs to be business cases and consultation with our customers of where urban growth for the council is focused. We know there is interest in Huapai area to extend passenger services to that location with local bodies. We've also understood from our customers, Otahu, I believe, in some other areas where they're concerned that we need to optimise the benefit of rail. That will go into our consideration in terms of our plan for the 30-year vision of where we extend those rail services, as Bobby indicated, and they'll be fully included in our assessments and validations of how we increase the services to the general public and our customers of Auckland. So that is in our thinking, but there are a number of gateways to go through. So I just wanted to give Council assurance that that is in our thinking. We are aware of our the need to service South Auckland, the south, and also the west. And that is in part of our design thinking. So I'd just like to front foot that we are including that in our thinking, and we have listened and we have heard. Bobby, can you just, yeah, thanks. What I'd like to do now is just give you the dollars and cents of where we landed based on the GPS and the funding allocations for rail and the benefit that that's going to deliver us for Auckland, particularly in the metro. So in terms of our upgrade program, firstly, most importantly, I want to just reiterate, we have jointly agreed with AT and Auckland One Rail, our rail partners in our alliance, that we will achieve 16 trains per hour in CRL for day one, and we'll lift the level of service across the network. That is our customer promise, that is the expectation of the Crown, and that is the expectation of local government. And we will deliver on that promise, and that is our aiming mark and our objective. And all of our planning towards the glide path to day one when it opens is to achieve that. The way in which the funding is going to be apportioned to accelerate the decision cycle from now until day one, when we commission and open CRL, is sort of shown on the slide. We've got an additional 159 million to complete our rail network rebuild program, which is dealing with the formation, that's the shingle, the rails, the sleepers, the drainage that really is the integrity and the heart of our network to make sure that it's fit for purpose. We've then got a backlog renewal spend that the Crown has allocated to both Auckland and Wellington of 107 million. And we're apportioning about half of that amount. We're just finalising the number with AT at the moment and our work plan based on priority assets of around 50 million of that being allocated for Auckland to assist with expired assets and expiring assets that are critical to replace now, and that will be used for that funding. We've also got from our council and AT, which we're very appreciative of, is a lift in our ANAA, which is our annual track access fund, to actually provide maintenance and renewals to the network. And that is circa 85 to 92 million or thereabouts. When the slide was produced, there has been dialogue with one client, who is the governance body to manage the funding for the successful opening of CRL, which AT and KiwiRail are represented on, and we're just finalising that detail. At the same time, we're running a parallel program called Metro Transformation, which is enabling our people to have better equipment, better ways of working, and new technologies to be more effective in their maintenance to deliver the timetable. What will you see and what will our approach be? We'll use existing blocks of line, that means the Christmas shut periods and the long weekends, but we're asking for extended access. What that extended access means is that we will need to shut some lines for some periods, and we're going through the impact analysis and the communication strategy of what that looks like with AT, and we will report back on that impact to our customers. But it's really imperative that we do this work, because what we want to have on day one is a network that our people can reliably use, look at their watch and know the train's going to arrive and they're going to get to their destination on time. For us to do that, we have to complete this spend. We've got to spend this money within the next 18 months, 12 to 18 months to get there. So it will mean some more disruption to our customers in terms of timetable and shutting of lines, and more of that will come out by the end of July on what that looks like and what the joint communication strategy will be to the public. I think the rest of it is the rest of it's fine. This slide graphically tries to show you by line what the resultant change will be in terms of achieving 16 trains per hour. If I just look at NAL South, for example, the line really between Wiri Westfield and Wiri through to Papakura, we're going to lift the performance level of that by up to 75%. So we're opening a third main, and we're lifting that level of performance to provide more frequent train services and more reliable service to our customers. If I look at the Western train plan, it's going to lift the Western line from Swanson through to Newmarket or Britomart by 33%. This just gives you a visualisation of how much work is going into the network to lift its performance to meet day one. The rest of it, I think it's self-explanatory in terms of the uplift. They're all positive figures. Our focus to get there, as I said before, we've got to remain running a safe railway. We must keep our code of compliance. Those are sacrosanct principles. Disruption management is a key focus that both AET quite rightly and Auckland One Rail have challenged us on. We want you to reduce disruption, reduce the speed restrictions on the network, and that comes by converting the funding that's been given by the Crown and local government in the next 18 months to get us to 16 trains per hour. But that will come with concessions, and those concessions are we may have to shut lines and we may have to reduce the frequency of some of those services to get there. The last point I'd like to cover on this slide is that we've got assured funding for FY25. We do not have assured funding for FY26 and FY27. What we need to do, and what we are doing now, is our homework under what we call the Metro Rail operating model. We're working with our partners AT and Auckland One Rail and putting a unified business case together to go to NZTA to assure we have the maintenance and renewals funding to sustain 16 trains per hour after day one. There is no point getting the objective if you don't have the runway to continue delivering level of service. That is our next challenge after we get to 16 trains per hour. But we need to have that work complete by September this year to go to the Crown and meet the submission deadlines to gain that funding for the future. The last point, and Deputy Mayor Desley and I met on this about 2 weeks ago. I think we need to answer some key questions, and I want to be transparent here. What generates the screeching noise? What are we going to do about it? When are you going to see a result, and what will you get? Okay, so what is it? What it's caused is basically it's a combination of the curves, the gradient of the curve, the tight radius curves, particularly around Hobson Bay, Britomart, Vector Curve, some parts on the Eastern Line. That particular part of the network does have very tight curves. If you don't have the rail wheel sitting on the rail correctly, and if the rail is not ground, and you have the combination of tight radius curves, and you do not lubricate or grease the rail to reduce the friction, you get screeching. Why are we getting the screeching? In 2020, we nearly shut this network because we had cracks in the rail based on legacy funding. We didn't have the funding. We had a thing called the Auckland Metro Recovery Program, which you may remember. We re-railed 134 kilometres of a 200-kilometre network because we had cracks in the rail because it was fatigued. It hadn't been ground because there was no money to replace the rail and there was no money to do preventative maintenance. We've now breached that gap. We're containing what they call the cracking or the rolling contact fatigue, which is the wheel of the rail cars sitting on the rail causing cracks. We've got that under control with grinding. To get that under control, we couldn't lubricate the network because what lubrication does, when you put grease on the network and you have cracks and it rains, that grease goes into the crack and expands it and makes it an even worse problem. So we had to turn the lubricators off. So these are things that sit trackside on 42 locations around the network, and they are activated automatically, right? We're now in a position where we've got the network in September of this year to be at the right profile, and we will start installing rail-side lubrication pots under a 2.5 million repair plan, which Auckland Council has contributed considerable funding to alleviate this problem. That work starts in September. You should see a material change from December through to all of 2025. It will be progressive. We'll target the critical parts of the network where we have screeching and noise, which are Hobson Bay, Ōrākei Basin, Vector Curve. They are our priority one to address based on the impact it's having to our public. I hope that's given you a snapshot.
Okay. Right. Thanks, John, for that presentation. And I think we should go over to Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, KiwiRail, for fronting up, because there's no doubt that Auckland has been plagued recently. And we know some of them are not of your making, i.e. short staffing or strikes, but the vast majority of the failure to deliver a service, probably over 75%, arguably a lot higher, is because of infrastructure faults, which is your job. So I've got two questions about that. My first question is, what is your message to Aucklanders? Because Bevan, I think I heard you say you cannot guarantee failures to the network going forward. So what is your message to Aucklanders about train use until you get ready for CRL? I get the long term, and I think that's great. You're working up to when CRL opens. But I'm really concerned for a number of Aucklanders who use the rail as a major form of public transport. So what's your message to them?
Yeah, thanks, Desley. So when I talk about the guarantee, I'm talking primarily around the points machines and the frequency converters. So I can't guarantee those machines until we can change those out, because we obviously have that defect that we've discovered and everything. Once those have been done, then we'll have a lot better chance of giving a better guarantee around their performance, obviously. In terms of the network in the long term, as John was talking about, we're doing a deeper dive review into the signalling and the comm system, because that's one of the key areas that we've had a lot of the failures recently. So we're certainly working to identify where all of these issues lie, and then we'll work hard around how we can manage those and so on. Unfortunately, it is an ageing network with a number of issues that we're having to work through. So I'm very mindful that we don't want to set expectations where it's going to be perfect, and unfortunately it sort of is what it is, but it's not that we're definitely trying our best to make sure that we can eliminate all of these, and then, to try and give the best sort of outcome we can.
Could I add, Desla, just I want to break this down into three components, right? The first one is safety. And thank you, Bevan, with respect to signalling. So if I lift this up and I look at the network in totality around what we deliver, firstly, it is a safe network. We would not be running trains if it wasn't safe, because we have an international code of compliance that is benchmarked that we run. It's our rail code. In accordance with the Rail Safety Act, we need to be compliant. We need to deliver that. So that's the first thing, we're safe. The second thing is our reliability average is around anywhere between 85% to 80 to 85 on past performance. It needs to be 95 off memory or above for us to achieve our KPIs. It's not where it needs to be. The reason it's not where it needs to be is because we're on a glide path to improvement. That's no excuse that, it's not an excuse, but it is the actual fact, is that we have a network that is almost like a road that's being reconstructed, where you have a stop-go person in some sections of it, and you have intermittent speed, and it's frustrating for passengers getting to their journeys. So what are we doing about that? We're merging a better improved maintenance program under the Auckland Metro Transformation Project to fund training, to fund capability and equipment, and that's progressive. We've committed with 18 to 16 trains per hour, and the modelling and the plan that we've shared with Stacey and Mark and the team, Dean's team, confirms that we are in the right glide path. The problem is, only until the production of the asset management plan, which was a requirement from the Crown for us to have a far better robust understanding of our assets, we've only got there in the last 6 to 12 months. Previous to that, our data was inaccurate. It wasn't fit for purpose, because that was an issue we had to address, that the Crown directed us, because we never had the funding and we never had the system in place that we needed for a modern metro. Remember, this is a freight network that we're putting a metro system over the top of. So it's a progressive glide path. The reality is we have a lumpiness that is going to impact reliability from now until day one. But I can assure you and everyone around this table that we are doing our utmost best we can with the great funding we've received from Crown and local government to get there. But this network is an old network that is being lifted to a modern metro. Go anywhere around the world and look at benchmarking, it will show you those statistics.
So, thank you. My next question is, the excess charges for Auckland Transport to use your network have risen substantially in recent years, and I understand that they may even go further. So is it reasonable to be increasing those charges when we're not getting the services delivered? I mean, you're asking Auckland Transport to pay, or the Auckland ratepayer, to pay for something that isn't being delivered and being cancelled for a huge amount of time.
So I think, Deputy Mayor, this is a question that we've had with our partners around the genesis of why we've set up the Metro Rail operating model and working in partnership with Waka Kotahi and NZTA. We understand that it is unreasonable for our ratepayers to foot that bill, and we're working collectively with AT in putting a submission together that says, do we need to, and do we need to review the FAR PTI rate with respect to funding ongoing OPEX to maintain this network? Because in the past, we've never had operational funding at the right level to sustain the network. And that is the discussion at a strategic level that is being had, and that is part of the MROM sustainable funding model. We need to actually review the model. We need to actually review the split. And part of the investment case covers off that particular area around what is the funding responsibility of local council vis-a-vis Crown, and that comes out in some of the scenario-based modelling that we're doing with our partners AT and putting that submission forward to the Crown.
Two more quick questions, Chair, if I may, sorry. The last one, could you please explain, just for the public record, why you didn't add the lubrication to the Eastern Line when it was closed for months over the Christmas period and when you upgraded those tracks? Why did you wait for residents to contact you to say these trains are making a terrible noise for you to do something? Why wasn't it done at the time the tracks were upgraded?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, it's a good question. So I think I covered before that we have to get the complete network to what we call an intermediate rail profile that's suitable to activate lubrication once the complete network contains RCF. To switch on those lubricators and buy those lubricators in time, there was no funding in FY24 to do that. The funding only became available as a result of the uplift that Council gave AT for FY25, and as part of the procurement strategy, we had to delay it in FY24, hence when we opened the NIMT East, or the Eastern Line, we didn't have the funding, and more importantly, we weren't fully in control of all pockets of RCF under our grinding campaign. That grinding campaign ends in September this year, and we will be able to then apply the Whitmore lubrication pots across the 42 parts of the network where they need to go. And again, as I said, we'll prioritise those to those areas that have had that consistent complaints, and quite rightly from them, Eastern Bay areas, the Eastern Line areas, inclusive of Ouraki, Basin, Hobson, and into the last one I mentioned.
Victor Curve.
I can't remember the last one. Victor Curve. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't want to monopolise, Chair, but I'll just give one last question. When you do your comms, can you try and put something up to assure Aucklanders you're keeping ahead of the curve when it comes to maintenance issues? And if funding is of issue, you have to front foot what will happen if you don't get the funding, because I think that's been a big gap in the communication. You haven't said up front, if you don't give us enough money to do X, Y will happen, and it has. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Simpson. Good questions there. We have a number of councillors lining up now, so could we keep our questions fairly concise, please? And the people, we've got the speaking order of Walker, Sayers, Baker, Turner, Hills and Ferry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a few questions. The first one's around the points issue that you've experienced. And you can be measured in your response. Given that this has been an issue with a supplier, is there a prospect of compensation? And I'm assuming that other entities around the planet have been similarly affected if they're supplying globally.
Yeah, that is something we will look into. At the moment, our focus is around how we can remediate the issues at the moment. So we've been working strongly with them around the latent issues with the frequency converters and all that. But what you've raised around potentially looking for compensation and all that, that'll be something that we'll talk to our commercial team about for sure, because we do have a supply arrangement with them.
The other issue just goes to issues around upgrading power supplies and ensuring that the system going forward doesn't have problems. Are you looking at battery capacity? You know, that technology exists so that trains don't stop if there's a power shortage. We know that there are going to be peak supply issues in Auckland. Are you ensuring within the system, and you know, I understand you've got fibre, that you're building alternate systems like Wi-Fi and you've got redundancy, because there's a lot happening in that space. Yeah. So are you?
I'm happy to speak to that. So in terms of ensuring power availability and the right level of resilience in the network, we have done extensive work on that to ensure that the increase in frequency that we're expecting once CRL opens is catered for. So one of the projects that we put up in a previous slide was the Western Power Feed. So we're putting in a new power feed or power supply source on the Western Line. In the Glen Eden area. At the moment, the power is centrally distributed from a central part of our network around Westfield and Penrose, and by putting in that third feed, it provides that added resilience. And we also have a fourth power feed that is due to be delivered circa 2026. That is part of a funded project, and that will provide further resilience, and that one is located in South Auckland.
And how about redundancy in your sort of communications, you know, versus fibre, Wi-Fi? You know, you've got Starlink now, you've got multiple options to ensure redundancy.
Yeah, look, that's a good question. That's part of the 30-year vision and plan of where we're going to look with rail. So at the moment, we're looking at the resilience of the power, as Bobby stated, around running the metro services, and then we need to look at that as part of our business case on the longer term. I'd need to come back to council with a signalling control interface detailed response to answer that question, and happy to take that way as an action.
And the last question, Mr. Chair, is just around modelling in your forecasts. So I have to make the assumption that you've got modelling around patronage. That also goes to modelling around stations and pedestrian movements. Is that sort of information available? Because that's going to be needed for retailers and many customers that you've got around the network.
Yeah, look, I think to that point, Councillor, I think it comes back to Councillor Desley Simpson's point around communications and also what is the benefit and value to customer. And I think that sort of modelling is certainly part and parcel of the challenge AT have given us in terms of patronage numbers at day one for Sarah. You know, we want to be at 29, 30, 33 million or thereabouts annually. Sorry, not at day one, that's at 2029. But that glide path to it is a definite increase. So in terms of modelling, we need to look at that, and that's part of our thinking.
So, Councillor Sayers.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for being here this morning. Good news about those, particularly resonated with me about those trains per hour figures that you projected. So thank you for that insight. My question's around, I think, I had two questions. I think Councillor Walker asked mine about this quality control around, I don't know if it's a software or hardware issue around those frequency converters, but obviously there's some sort of quality issue there. Need to get to the bottom of that. Wouldn't mind an update on that. And also the question about, you know, who pays for that, you know, if it's there in terms of quality. But the trains to Huapai, terrific to see that conversation happening. You would have my political support if you need it in any way going forward. I know you'd have it off the Rodney Local Board if you need it. And I'm sure there's other councillors around the table would give that if you need it. So that's just reaching out to you. You probably can't answer this now, but can I just, around that topic, the cost of going through that tunnel seems to have a range of numbers around it. Just when you're having discussions with the Auckland Council officers, senior officers, if we can nail that down as tight as we can going forward, that might be helpful in terms of coming up with the overall way forward. But again, gentlemen, thank you for being here today.
Okay, so feedback here. I understand from the director there's the meeting with respect of Huapai between AT and KiwiRail on Tuesday. So that's good to see. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, team, and good to see you here. Great to see you, Bev. People won't believe it, but Bev and I used to play rugby together. Obviously, he's a lot younger than me, and he's taken the concept of looking after himself far better than I have. But good to see you here. Just so when we brought back, well, the government brought back KiwiRail in 2008. Has it been basically from there? And so this is leading to a question, John, or something you said, that every year there has been annual funding. That has been the mechanism by which you are funded, is you have to go cap in hand every year to the government, doesn't matter what colour the government is, and ask for money. And did I get it right, John, that is again, you are doing it in 1 year increments currently with the current funding?
Yeah, no, it's incorrect. The glide path before sort of 2020 was a little bit like that, because we weren't getting the operational funding to sustain the network at the right level of service in terms of maintenance and renewals. What happened with the Rail Network Investment Program, ARNIP, was recently approved by the Crown, and it is a 3-year Crown-funded cycle, remembering that the metros are co-funded. They're funded by the Crown and by local government, and then KiwiRail gets a top-up called the Rail Network Investment Program, which is, if you think macro level, over 3 years across the entire 3,200 kilometres of rail in New Zealand, it's $1.4 billion, right? So divide that by 3, it's about 450 or 433 million a year to help with renewals, right? And then there's the additional funding. So I was a little bit incorrect in my statement. It has been addressed since around since 2020, and we're now in a really good position as of 2023, where ARNIP is now a 3-year headroom forecast for Crown funding support to the infrastructure and maintenance.
Cool, thanks. Fair to say, though, the chickens have come home to roost, though, in terms of underfunding them until 2020. The second question and third question, timeline for the Pairata and Drury Central stations. So it'll be good to know, because I asked consistently about when those are likely to be online and can't find any information on it really. And then in regards to the third main, will the creation of the third main enable limited stop peak time trains from the south to I guess maximise the impact of having electrification to Pukekohe, which we're going to celebrate on the 13th of August.
Thank you, Councillor Becker. To the first question, in terms of the completion date or ready for operation date for Drury and Pairata stations, the current estimated completion date is Q4 of next year. The reason we haven't put out a specific date is because we're in the middle of the tender process, so we're getting contractors on board. The tenders for those 2 stations closed this week, and we'll go through a period of evaluating and then selecting a contractor. Once we have a contractors program confirming their ability to deliver to the program that we've put forward, we will be releasing more specific information on target completion dates, but essentially we are expecting that the stations will be ready towards the end of next year, which is in advance of CRL opening. And at the same time, we're actually trying to move Ngakaroa station, the third of the DRS stations, as quickly as possible. So that one is lagging behind by circa 6 months. But we're working as hard as we can to try to bring that closer to the same completion date of those. And to the second question around the third main, so third main primarily in terms of its function is to separate passenger and freight services and allow for those stopping services allow for the express services to bypass stopping services as much as possible. The final outcome of the CRL timetable will determine what the actual trend pattern is for services from South Auckland. I don't know if you're able to provide any more detail on that at this stage, John.
Yeah, part of that, to Councillor Baker, to that question, and in addition to what Bobby says, part of the timetable planning, the hardest part of the network to achieve the optimum level of service for customers is that section, hence the criticality of third main. So we're in modelling stages now with AT and Auckland 1 with respect to what that looks like, but the intent is to actually underpin what you've stated, provide those express services through the third main, enabling it to drive the 16 trains per hour. But we'll have more on that once we land the timetable, and we've made a commitment by, the mid to the end of July. We need to be in a space where we give both AT and AOR assurance that we have that locked away, and that's contingent on the modelling we're doing on the maintenance and repair plan, because that will then drive it being ready to enable those services to run.
Cool, because I think the CRL and electrification is going to be transformational in terms of train use from the south. You throw in some...
Thing I'm conscious of time. The other thing on that is there are concessions being made by both AT and KiwiRail, particularly KiwiRail, to look at how we optimise that. So that's also discussions.
Thank you. I couldn't help thinking about the old term, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear, as you talked. Reliability. What the modern car has got, its success above anything, is reliability, in my opinion, over convenience. The reliability of this train network, is there a trade-off there where we would get more reliability by lowering the expectation of the service? Like, you're talking about we're going to have 16 trains an hour, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but then you're also talking about an old freight network, which we're trying to revamp on the run into something that it's not by the sounds of things. What are we actually going to be able to achieve here?
So let me just quantify that. We have got a mixed network. It is a freight network. We have now got funding from the Crown. There's $5.5 billion of CRL and $1.9 billion of NZ upgrade programs that have gone a long way to lifting that network to a level of reliability where we can run a metro that is modern, but it is not a high-speed metro. A high-speed metro is where you can segregate both. It's either dedicated fully to passenger services, or you have ability to segregate freight and passenger trains. The 30-year vision is that we will have a 4-track railway where we will be able to segregate. We're not there yet. So I think it's the expectation that we need to just temper everyone's, we need to temper what we have in front of us. We are recovering from legacy underfunding. We're in a very good space now to achieve an objective. We would not have gone without the evidence we have with our asset management maturity now, with our partners AT and with our partners Auckland 1 as an alliance, and said we can achieve 16. I'm extremely confident as I sit here, responsible for this metro, to make sure that we'll get there, because I know the work that's being done, that there's a lot of hard work being done, and we will get there. The issue around reliability and punctuality of the timetable, those rates will lift once we address the rest of the rail network rebuild, which is addressing formation at 159 million. We will then address the backlog for FY25 to the tune of around 50 million of expired and expiring assets that are critically and health-wise need to be replaced. And then we've got the funding lift of $20 million in addition to FY24 that was provided by AT. We've gone from 45 to 65 million, and that includes critical spares of 9.5 million to add resilience so that we have the capacity to address and stop this lumpiness we're going through now. So I'm very confident that we will get to that objective. The issue is there is ongoing disruption, because you think about it, you get an old car and a new car, one's going to run really reliably, and the old car's not, and it's going to have servicing. We're trying to upgrade and re-engine the old car so it can be as good as a brand new car, and we're on that glide path to that improvement plan. So, yeah.
Okay, let's look to wind this item up, folks. We've been on it for well over an hour. We've only got Councillor Hills, Ferry and Bartley.
Kia ora, thank you, and great to hear that the extra money that we all push for is going to good use. I have some questions about the current network and then the future. Just on the current, I guess, what is the proactivity around when all those issues happen? I mean, in February, when I asked the Mayor to write to you guys and to the Minister over 22 days of disruptions in January, Feb, it didn't feel like, and no offence, but it didn't feel like there was any sort of proactive moves from KiwiRail until it kind of blew up in the media. So I guess, how can I be confident that behind the scenes you guys are jumping in as fast as you can to fix, especially all these signal failures, which feel like the least...
Proactivity, there's a question there.
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? It's a little bit confusing. I've picked three things out of that. Proactive forecasting and heading off the unknowns.
I guess,
and then the communications to customer.
Yeah. So, I guess at the beginning of the year there was 22 days, and then a myriad of other things have happened since then. But when the signal failures happen, and you say you're going to get a team maybe on the ground to be close to it, but what is the length of time getting it fixed or getting the messages out to customers? It doesn't feel... You know, people complain to us about how shocking everything is, and I don't feel like there's proactive nature around these issues as they happen or before they happen.
Okay, I think I need to take that away as a challenge with respect to joint comms and the timeliness of information to customer. I do know that in terms of the active repair plans and our network control management, we have to respond to a signal incident within 45 minutes in the course of the ANAA, and we have those assets available to do that. With respect to the double slip and Britomart whole situation we had with multiple disruptions in the January-February period, as a result of that, you know, all of our technical design, all of the installation, all of the designs at that time pointed that we'd done everything right. And until you have those something's not right, you then commission a third party, which has been done through Sistra under a staged plan to actually... I take your point. How can we be better? We need to be better with joint communications with AT and AOR, and AROC is the platform for that, and we're getting better, but we're not good enough yet. So I've got that as a takeaway, and I think it's a very good question.
Thank you. And is there any technology on top of that that you could be looking at that automates any of it? Are you looking further than the manual things you have to do to fix these issues? Or does it have to affect the whole network every time?
Okay, so stage 3 of the Sister review, which is underway, is that total signals control interface audit by an international renowned expert. You know, that's what they do. They're coming in and challenging our current supplier, our current methods, and future-proofing what we need to do now and in the future using technology to be better. So that third stage of the review won't start until Bevan's completed stage 2, but it will go for a period of 6 to 12 months and will cover the entire network. So it is a work in progress.
Thank you. And just on the future network, thank you for the map is a little confusing, but I think I can look into it in the future. But it does look like the off-peaks are staying fairly the same. You know, are you giving, and I do worry about your comment around where retrofitting a freight network when we're sort of almost 15 years into electrification, it is no surprise that it is a human moving network as well. But what are we doing to make sure the investment in the City Rail Link makes far more sense than just the 4 off-peak trains an hour?
So part of the timetable modelling, which we're landing at the end of we're just finishing off this next 18-month glide path to use the 159, the 65 plus the split of the backlog renewals. That has to be delivered in the 12 to 18 months. So at the moment we're creating one work bank. Once that work bank's landed, which will be at the middle of July, we will then know. We'll superimpose the timetable over the 16 trains to our timetable, and we'll be able to look at parts of the network where we're operating at optimum or where we can increase inter-peak services. So the intention is not to reduce frequency. The intention is to underpin AT's model, which is we want to run trains and leave no one behind. That is the full intention of what we want to try and deliver on the model. So are we looking at technology and are we looking at ways of improving inter-peak? Yes. Where are we at? We're developing the model, the timetable to confirm that. And just one point to finish off, the network is not broken, people. It is what I'm using as an analogy is we've got a freight network which we've now upgraded significantly to be a modern metro, and we're nearly there. Please don't be alarmist in my comment. It's not designed to be alarmist. It's designed to be truthful, factual of what we're running. And what we are now doing is we're optimising that network so we can run a metro. And we are extremely confident we can run that metro.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. My question's around the signalling works and the impact that they're having on some of the level crossing removals, the pedestrian focused ones that are happening at the moment. I guess I've got a second question as well, but my first question is around it's become apparent that some of the timing around those level crossings being removed, I'm particularly thinking about Lloyd Avenue, has been because of changes to signalling in sort of, a dig once type approach. Can we have some comms around that? Because I think that's something that the community hasn't been aware of, that sometimes we're doing something that seems early, and it feels like a reduction in service and access for people because they're no longer able to use the level crossing there. But actually there are some behind the scenes reasons why it needs to happen before CRL starts. We've talked about the fact that some of it's about, the chicken looks like it's cooked, but actually the inside's still cooking, for the CRL aspect of it. But reasonably recently I found out that there's some signalling work happening at the same time, and that seems to me quite a compelling case. So could you maybe expand a little bit, given the chat we've already had about signalling this morning? Is that tied in with this? And then I've got one more question, please, Chair.
I might talk to that. So I will have to get back to you, if that's all right, Councillor Ferry, just in terms of the specific reasons around Lloyd Ave. But as an overall approach, there is a first tranche of pedestrian crossings and level crossings that must be removed in readiness for CRL opening. The rollout and the timing of that has been sequenced in a way that is most effective and allows us to achieve that readiness for CRL day one. So Auckland Transport leads that program of removal of work. So we'll take that offline and discuss with them and come back with the details specific to Lloyd Ave, but also around the timing that's been selected for that first tranche. So where we're currently at is there is a program for that first tranche, and what the removal of these is following the planned program, and we can come back on the reasons specifically for why the program is what it is.
Okay, we have had some information on that already. I'm thinking more about the public information about how it ties in with some of the signalling aspects that you've already raised this morning. That's the very specific thing there. The other thing is just as a more general piece around level crossings, and I imagine we'll have some more discussion about this later today when we workshop the RLTP aspects. It's something that's coming up a lot, the complexity of some of the level crossing works that are required, and the fact that at the moment we don't have any funding to do them, that we're potentially looking at some kind of other mechanism with central government to find the funding. But I'm really nervous about the fact we're not necessarily identifying this in the RLTP at this point. So is there any sort of comment from KiwiRail on obviously we've got Takanini identified, and that's great, but there are a lot more to do. Some of them we would anticipate, I would hope, doing in the next 10 years, and yet at this point we don't seem to be reflecting that in the RLTP. So is there any ask or any data from KiwiRail that could support us in that? Thank you.
In terms of the detail, KiwiRail is supporting Auckland Transport in this, so the removal of the level crossings program is Auckland Transport led. KiwiRail supports in the way of the changes that need to be made to the rail network and the trigger for the removal, which is either increase in train frequency or expansion of the rail network. So it's done on a safety basis that determines the requirement for whether a level crossing can be safely provided or if we need an alternate solution. So the program that is being looked at for potential removal of level crossings as the rail network expands and rail frequency increases is being led by Auckland Transport. It's looking across the network as a whole. So the next stage for that and what's currently being worked on is business case, a single stage business case that is looking at everything post CRL day one. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a tranche of crossings, pedestrian crossings primarily, that need to be removed to ensure safe start of operations for CRL day one. And the current stage is the single stage business case that picks up all the rest, looking at future growth.
Yeah, so we have had, we've started that conversation with AT last week actually, which was good. But I guess what I'm looking for here is some support from KiwiRail around, I guess, the political ask of the funding.
Yeah.
And, you know, acknowledging you probably can't say yes or no right now, but that would be something I would see as a high priority for our next update. That would be useful.
100%. Just to add to that, Councillor Ferry, from Bobby's summation, that is in the design thinking around the rail systems knowledge to build the business case with AT in terms of what the impact looks like. So that's certainly front of mind, and I agree with you. This is part of the sustainable funding that we need to address around grade separation, level crossing removal as part of the future of rail, and we're totally aligned with AT with respect to making sure that that's in our joint thinking.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, could you finish off the questions, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. That's 1,303 cancellations January to February this year. And infrastructure, motor points, hot tracks, the Eastern Line closed for 9 months, and then the issue with the hot tracks. So it's fair to say public confidence is at a low in using the trains. Some of the comments, it runs like a 15-year-old MacBook, and a lot are saying that it's third world. Do you agree that the train network infrastructure is third world? If not, why not?
Yeah, I acknowledge that people are frustrated, and I think frustration both on social media and in how people are feeling based on what we're trying to do to improve the network creates those connotations of, you know, do we know what we're doing? And all I can say is that firstly, communications are key. I think joint communications are key, and we need to be better. The second thing is this isn't a third world railway. I've been to third world railways. I've lived 15 years overseas in many countries from the Middle East through to Asia, and they don't have metros in some of those countries. I think we need to be better in the way we communicate to our people the reality and the true picture. And I think in the past, I think all people, and when I say all people, I mean all people within our alliance, have potentially overpromised and not delivered because they didn't know what they didn't know. We're now in a position where we know, based on what our asset management data is telling us, because we were directed by the Crown under the rapid review and the Deloitte's report, along with the higher level infrastructure review in 2021, to be better. And we were given the funding. You know, $8.8 billion has gone into the network to recover something that wasn't funded for a number of years. And we're doing very good work to improve. And unfortunate thing is, Councillor Bartley, is that it's a painful period for our people and our customers, and perhaps our communication needs to be better. So I don't think we have a third world network at all. I think we have a really solid network that's it's improving, and we'll have a modern metro on the time of CRL day one.
Thank you. So this lumpy period that you described we're going through right now, this painful period, you're saying we could be over it day one CRL?
I think, as I say, we've made that commitment of 16 trains per hour. I think we will be in a far better place in the next 18 months as we go through this glide path where you'll see positive results. In terms of, just to paint a last picture, I'm conscious of time, Chair, I'm sorry, but this is important. When we handed back the Eastern Line, and when we handed back NAL South after shutting it let me just retract this. NAL.
The Eastern Line.
When we handed back the Eastern Line, when we handed back the Eastern Line after it's shut, we increased the frequency of trains by 50%, and the number of faults reduced by something like 78%. These are the figures for that section of line. So where we go in and do invasive work, and we do the drainage, the formation, and we reset the geometry of the track so that the water drains away and everything is sitting like a modern house foundation, it's really good to go. We're getting positive benefit, right? We've got to be better at articulating and telling that story, and also following it up with data. So you've given me some good takeaways, Councillor, and in terms of comms and sending the right message and giving a time horizon. So thank you.
Okay, that brings the questions to an end. Thank you to our presenters from KiwiRail. You can maybe step back from the table now. I haven't got any speakers. I think that's been well and truly canvassed. So appreciate the questions from, particularly from Councillor Simpson and Bartley. I think they're probably reflective of the mood of commuters. So Councillor Simpson is happy to move that we receive the update from KiwiRail. Do we have a seconder by Councillor Baker? All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, thank you again, team.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
We're going to have a couple of minute break as Auckland Transport come up for their update, and hopefully we can expedite matters a bit during this section of the agenda. So Stacey will come up the team. In the meantime, we'll have 2 or 3 minutes break for people just to stretch their legs. Thank you. Everyone will resume the meeting. Thank you. We have a bit of an issue with some of the restrooms in the town hall at the moment, so we took a little longer than anticipated. Item 9 now, which is the Auckland Transport update. Vander Putin will be leading the presentation today, and we have with her Murray. Again, there was a presentation sent through that people will have had a chance to decline. Otherwise, we'll just hand over to you, Stacey, to take us through it.
Thank you, Chair, and acknowledging your comment prior about expediting this paper, so we will be speedy as we go through it. We will take it as read. We'll give some high-level updates as we sort of go through before questions at the end. So in terms of contents today, we will go through some recent highlights and challenges, and actually since this was submitted, there's some other things that I will add in there as well. And then we've got some topical updates as in the slide pack along temporary traffic management, Great North Road improvements, the capital program, as well as the digital rapid transit and potential for the trial with that as well. So in terms of SOI, is obviously a statement of intent has been a big topic, so I just want to confirm that that is in the final stage before being submitted for acceptance later this month. It does focus on making every interaction count, improving network productivity, taking public transport from good to great, and delivering a capital program with a focus on value for money. There's also a really big key theme in there about making the most of what we've got in terms of our maintenance and asset strategy regimes with that too. In terms of our current SOI, and as we go into the year end, I can confirm that May year-to-date met or exceeded our targets, and we do expect that that'll come through in our June results as well. Key things with that, we've got almost 400 kilometres of local roads renewed against our program, and that includes 85% of all the repair sites for the 2023 extreme weather events as well, included in that. In terms of the union, what we saw of the recent industrial action. So obviously the statements within your pack have changed. CAF is closed out and settled and ratified, of course. In regards to Auckland One Rail, they did have their stop work meeting yesterday as communicated. By all accounts, the feedback on that has been very positive. They still do have to go through a vote process on that. That's done via post. But we expect that to be positively concluded, and we'll update everybody at that point in time. And thank you for your support, and during that we know that it is disruptive to customers, and they collectively, did their best to overcome the impasses and move forth. In terms of other updates that I'd like to give, there are a couple of things that I thought were sort of important to note. So in terms of conversations we had at this point last year in regards to ferry, and then particularly with the accelerated ferry program. So one key thing when going through the metrics last week that I noticed is that ferry customer satisfaction is at its highest since mid-2021. So with that, it's definitely come a long way in terms of some of those recent changes, reaching very positively for our customers. And actually in May, we had a 98.6% reliability rate with ferry. Also, in terms of that accelerated training program, we're confirming that Gulf Harbour will be back on the 9th of September in its entirety, which is a really good news. Fantastic. Yeah, I knew you would appreciate that update, so that is good news. And we were still looking at February for the Half Moon Bay sort of return of the weekend services with that. We had our first tranche 3 EMU roll off this week, and so its arrival, no doubt Murray may touch on that. I also sort of wanted to talk about bus driver screens, because I know that's been sort of topical, particularly as we've seen some of the aggression events across our network, whether that be customer facing or with our bus drivers. So in terms of that, we have 33 underway with various operators. and also a commitment by another operator to roll out 50. To support that, to support acceleration of it, given the various bus types, we've actually got a project manager starting on Monday who's going to focus on that for 3 months in terms of the overall program. So we look at that sort of capability. The operators are sourcing where relevant in terms of factory, I guess, specified shields, so to help accelerate that. So where appropriate and off the shelf, they can be done quickly. So they're sort of working through that and be able to give you regular updates on progress as that program accelerates throughout. The other thing that I thought I would touch on too, and it's a real shame that Councillor Lee isn't here, because I know there's always the conversation about how are we doing and compared to some of our peers, whether that be Wellington or Christchurch or in Australia. So I'm on the Public Transport Association for Australia and New Zealand board, and so we do meet quarterly, so we do share some of those insights. So I thought I'd bring some back just to help everybody understand in terms of what they're seeing as well. So with New South Wales, they were currently at 81% in terms of what we call patronage in comparison to pre-COVID. Queensland was a bit higher, they were 87%. And Perth was ahead at 111%, but they were very quick to caveat that by saying they had no lockdowns there. COVID wasn't a thing for them. And so all in all, they've noticed very similar things to what we talk about in terms of obviously a real increase in antisocial behaviour, fare evasion, escalating costs in major infrastructure projects, because obviously they've got a lot of big build projects on over there as well. Many obviously looking at fare policy settings and things like that in order to, support patronage uplift. Some of them have really complicated legislation, things that are challenging for them, such as New South Wales, where they actually have a work from home legislation that basically doesn't, how do I put it, it allows people to work from home where practical and reasonable, but of course that makes it challenging for their regular commuter market. So all have sort of various impacts. More locally, Christchurch, this is only bus only, obviously, they were circa 107% last time I looked, and Wellington was just over 100% on their bus network too. So all things the same, obviously our buses are doing a lot better. We were well over 100 during that March. We've sort of come down a little bit, and that's what we mean by the new sort of travel pattern that we see post-COVID. And it's really intriguing because you see this really high in the summer when the weather starts getting colder, windier, wetter. People that do have the option to work from home, you can see it in the data. Yeah, you do take those dramatic drops on a rainy day or a rough day or whatever it may be. So there is a new travel pattern. So when we compare that to 2019, it's not the same. Yeah, purely because people travel differently based on weather patterns now. And where we have those seasonal highs like the model, some of those other patterns are quite different. So if we look at them year on year, they're the same. So if I compare this year to last year, we're far above where we were last year in terms of percentage of people travelling. But in comparison to that 2019 overall, it looks quite different, which is interesting. Sorry, I'm just trying to get that. I won't repeat everything that's on the slides, but in terms of the temporary traffic management, the NZTA is expediting the transition to the New Zealand Guide to Temporary Traffic Management by the end of 2024. NZTA has endorsed in providing funding to the industry steering group to aid the industry in this process, and the transformation program is collaborating closely with the ISG to align our industry transition work streams, and that includes what we're doing as a review of our commercial agreements, which has been initiated. And currently, in terms of our forward program, a risk-based approach has been mandated for the regional and local programs, and there is currently 490 projects underway or designed to be constructed that are being assessed for possible TTM savings with that and against new criteria as well. I'm going to hand over to Murray, who's going to give us the capital overview and Great North Road.
Great, thanks Stacey. Yeah, just some quick highlights from the capital program. Great North Road is a multifaceted project with stormwater upgrades, bus lanes, dynamic lanes, safety improvements and so on. Two key highlights here. One is the design review has resulted in no raised tables on Great North Road and pedestrian safety
pedestrian safety will be ensured through signalised at-grade pedestrian crossings at 4 points on Great South Road. And the next stage of the project now is to go to the open market for construction tenders, and that will happen early in July this month. So moving on. So just some updates on recent achievements. Stacey mentioned the electric trains that are being constructed offshore. They are now rolling onto ships, and the first shipload came into Auckland recently, and we've got those trains now starting to be stored at the Wiri stabling yard. So a few pictures there from the progress in the last few months. Also, you're probably aware of the Miola Road project, and a lot of work going on Point Chev corridor at the moment, and some good progress being made on the Miola Road stretch. So just to highlight that work is continuing. In the next month look ahead, the works you may be aware on Mercury Lane from the CRL station entrance. There's a lot of work going on there at the moment, and the next phase of that is the above ground street works. So that will be moving into that phase in the next month, and you'll start to see some changes to the traffic layouts in that part of the city. I'll leave it there, and we can have questions later on for any specific things.
I thought I'd provide an update too in terms of the digital rapid transit, or trackless trams as they're called. I know that they did come to the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. We have met with them. The team are working with them to progress a trial. So in terms of next steps, they're sort of looking about locations, confirming that locations, confirming the dynamics of it, testing the weight, etc. So that there has been a letter sent in support of that to get that accelerated, so we actually have a proper project timeline presented over the next couple of months. At this stage, we'll be doing it on the Northern Busway on a Sunday. Now, why I say that, we don't need to make major infrastructure changes. We can't do it during the week purely because it's a high frequency busway, and these vehicles do run at a slower speed in terms of what our buses do, and platform space, etc. But it gives what I call a really good idea, and we'll be putting, I guess, controls around that to be assessed appropriately. It also allows the technology to be looked at by other councils across New Zealand who can then come up and actually see it for themselves in operation. So that's good progress for all. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Stacey. That was a really good presentation there. Clear and articulate. Hopefully the councillors can match it in their questions. That might be a bigger challenge. So I just wanted to very quickly at the outset to congratulate AT on the really good response and the ferry customer satisfaction across the region. The industrial dispute being settled on both counts, that's really good, and to see the way that trial is being progressed with the trackless trams, which makes people, I think, when they come and present to our committee, that if there is good ideas, they can be picked up and they will be given due consideration by AT. So I think that's a very good signal to go out to the community generally. Okay, that's enough from me. Member Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the update as well, team. Like others here, the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, Hui, is one of the highlights of my month. With this in mind, are you able to just give a verbal response to the questions we submitted from our members, please?
I absolutely can. In terms of the targets within the Statement of Intent, being the first one, in addition to the existing measure of procurement spend with Māori-owned businesses, AT's Finance and Assurance Committee preferred new measure is around the number of marae and papakaianga improvements by AT's program. So that is what's in our draft SOI at the moment. It's still going through refinements in order to be able to finalise that. In regards to the equity framework, which is a really good question, and it's great that we have the opportunity to talk about it. AT will use the equity framework primarily as a tool to help staff think about equity in their work and as they go about their work. And so as an example of that, when we do strategic plans, we'll use the framework such as with Future Connect, which is a network sort of plan. In terms of that, we'll use the framework to map equity issues, caption them as deficiencies in order to be able to fix. It's important to note that there also is a deprivation measure, you know, over top of that. So obviously, along with other elements, you know, that supports in terms of some of that decision making more broadly. And in terms of the work itself that brought that framework together, the work looked at transport equity in 3 dimensions. So where people can't easily access their daily jobs or needs, such as school, doctors, etc. Where people can't easily access jobs, education, where people are affected by the impacts of the transport system, like noise from living next to a motorway, and other elements like that. So, and of course that overlay, meaning that we are fully cognizant and understand where people are less likely to overcome those issues and how the system can help them with that. The equity framework will be publicly released by August. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. I guess just with our efficiencies we're making through these interactions, my fear is that we're unintentionally circumnavigating the transparency for our councillors and constituents, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks. I think I agree with the points that you made at the beginning for Auckland Transport. Thank you. Look, I've just got 2 questions, and I wonder if it's not appropriate for you to answer them now, if you could come back to me later. But my first question is around security of passengers on buses. There was recent media around a 16-year-old that was attacked by someone with a pole. Thank you. What is the process here? How can we give... What is the process that Auckland Transport drivers are told to do when something happens on a bus? I'm keen to be able to give Aucklanders assurance that when they get on the bus and something happens, what's going to happen? You know, what is the policy?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have CCTV and audio on the buses too. So if the bus driver notices something and there is a panic button that connects directly with depot, that then can deploy resources and contact police to be able to support that. And so CCTV footage for any incident is always, you know, downloaded and saved and then passed to police for part of their investigation sort of work. The key thing is how can we be more proactive in terms of understanding where these things are occurring. And so I do need to stress that we want people to be able to identify where these areas are. And the thing is, you get areas where it doesn't happen regularly or there is nothing going wrong, and that's extremely hard to be able to sort of combat. But that's why we introduce Crime Stoppers in terms of the texting application, so people can get that message sent straight away in a proactive way. It's not an alternative to emergency support. It is about helping us identify where these things are happening so that actually we can be more proactive in terms of responding to them, whether that's be with transport officers. From a bus driver protocol, their instruction is to get to a safe place. So if they are driving, to go to the next available stop or stop where it is safe to do so and contact depot.
So your advice to people on a bus where an incident occurs is to have the Crime Stoppers number on kind of speed dial. That's the number to use.
Not when a crime is occurring. A crime does not, Crime Stoppers does not replace emergency response, but in terms of if they're noticing antisocial behaviour in particular instances, and actually we're going into school holidays again. So we noticed last school holidays, and I think we talked about it here in terms of what I call a resurgence in terms of activity across the network of antisocial behaviour. And so with that, we're working proactively with the likes of local communities to be able to combat some of those key areas, such as Albany, around the Albany area was one that we've seen, New Lynn, and in particular stations and hotspots that we see. So we're putting together multifaceted sort of things, including also getting support from youth workers who understand, the demographics and helping us build better solutions.
Thank you. So if you could send us something to share with our communities, I think that would be really helpful around that, as you say, coming into school holidays. My next question is, did you hear the KiwiRail presentation? You were here. They said that when they opened the Eastern Line, there was a 50% improvement. That's not what I understand. What's your understanding about that?
Yeah, so in terms of improvement, they probably would have been measuring that it was 50% increase in services, I think what was said. So they would have been measuring from the baseline pre that work starting. So pre that work starting, there were significant what we call speed restrictions across the network, which may have necessitated not running a full and reliable timetable. So there would have had to be, regular cancellations in order to be able to maintain timetable, or actually there was a reduced timetable in place on the Eastern Line. So what we had post the work's done was just a resumption of the regular timetable in full.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Sure. When you have that trial, will it be possible for councillors and local board members to ride on the bus?
Anything is possible.
Okay, well, in that case, I assume that's a yes. And that includes the mayor. I didn't mean to miss you out, Mr. Mayor. And the other question is really just seeking confirmation that the report that you mentioned that's going to be out on the electrification process of the ferries, the hybrids and the like, that's going to be available July, as you've said earlier?
Was that previous Transport and Infrastructure Committee, that comment?
I've raised it the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, my understanding was we're coming back for a workshop on that topic. Let me confirm.
Okay, all good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question follows on from Councillor Simpson, but it is around the repercussions for our Chinese community, because they're showing real fear now about getting back on the bus. So I wanted to know, is there, what reassurance can be provided back to our Chinese community that they are going to be safe, that they're not going to be subject to racial attacks, if that, which is what the teenager said. And I ask because I have Chinese heritage, so that's why I'm raising it here, and I'm worried because I have family who, could be subject to these kind of attacks. Thank you.
Absolutely. Look, our understanding this was an isolated event. In terms of that, we haven't seen anything of this nature reported in recent times. Of course, we're taking it really seriously in terms of how we both communicate about the topic. It is still under investigation, and so we're working with NZ Police on that. And actually, I spoke to them yesterday evening, and I know that they're also reassuring the Chinese community and going to speak with them too to make sure that we have a joint up response with how we're responding to it. It is one of those things that people lose confidence. And so just making sure that we've got the right reassurance in place and that we're working together in order to be able to overcome these issues, because that's one, there's others in terms of that. So making sure that we understand what's happening out there, so we're addressing it appropriately with the resources that we have, but also with the other agency partners that we can bring into it as well. Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Brown.
Thank you for the presentation. Can we just revert to the picture of Great North Road? That one there, that's good. Now, Mark will be aware of what I'm talking about here. Currently, the trees are all in a line in the outer 1.5 metres of the footpath, and that looks really good along there now. And when you did the design review, because this looks like you've shifted them off a straight line, so some of the trees will be pulled out, which just strikes me as a really unnecessary expense. And the thing that, again, we're looking at here is we're trying to get your design group, who are allowed to just do what they might like rather than think, unfortunately. But if you're going to have 1.45 metres taken out in a series of trees, that 1.5 is where the bus shelters should be put in between. Because A, it's close to the bus, so they get off and they don't even get wet. And B, it doesn't muck up the open space behind. Because we've got a series of that, and you do have the opportunity now that we're going through a new procurement for the stuff there, that we take out the ones that are put in places where they've just been randomly allowed to put them. And so, if you haven't spoken to your design group, I want to speak to your design group. And particularly, we've showed your chief executive, a number of them are put in places which are just guaranteeing there's a gap that's going to collect rubbish and people urinating between the back of them and the building, which is of no use at all. So that was a little bit, and I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor for taking her role in safety so seriously and coming along as an orange cone. Thank you.
Okay, that's...
I'm happy to respond. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the comments, and I'm aware of the walkover you did with our Chief Executive Dean and also the comments that came to Mark. So we'll take those on board, and where we can optimise and improve the design, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Murray. Councillor Henderson?
Thank you. A couple of quick ones, Chair. Regarding the trial of trackless trams, can I just ask if there is a cost to this trial and will ratepayers be having to put in for it?
No, the trial is at the manufacturer's cost. They're willing to bring it here and trial it.
Okay, that's good. Second one's about something completely different, but following up on questions from the Deputy Mayor, I've been approached by various users and various sort of operators and things like that about driver safety and user safety. Wardens and police officers do great work on trains. I'm just wondering if you have approached these groups to try and get something together for buses.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we've got multiple things that are going on there. The thing about the bus network, I mean, you basically need hundreds and hundreds of resources to actually be many places. Yeah, and that's the challenge with it. So, obviously looking at it from different angles and what we're seeing, it's about identifying where these things are happening, you know, targeting, being more targeted with what we do, which is what we're doing. We're using data to be able to do that.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Hills?
Thanks, Chair. Got a couple of quick questions. One is on the cuts to the $47 million cut by government to help driver conditions. I know that was put in by Minister Wood, and that really helped us get those 500 drivers. How are we going to supplement what was that funding that we were going to receive, and other drivers ongoing at risk?
Great question. In terms of where it got to us under the previous funding arrangement, that hasn't changed, so that's not taken away. The additional, what we wanted to work together as a sector in terms of improving the other terms and conditions, was used to be able to support that. It's not completely gone. There's still some funds there, and I believe the current Transport Minister did say that recently too. Obviously, some of that will be supporting the rollout of bus driver screens, which is good. That's not our only lever, yeah. So, I mean, in terms of that, like from a procurement policy perspective, we're currently obviously going through a number of years and the years ahead of re-tendering all of our bus networks. So, with what we've learnt since the round one, when those contracts first come out, and what we've seen, we've enabled what I call proper baselines in terms of employees' terms and conditions, so they're not eroded as a result of procurement activity, and then we can work forward on that in terms of working together as a sector to make sure that we keep a game up. It's still very much there.
Thank you. On the and just a quick comment before a question, the ferries amazing. Devonport, Birkenhead, and Bayswater people are just so happy with the increased peak there, and it's working really well, and having more boats helps as well. Same with the buses. Shame that our trains patronage is down. On the safety, and this is not going to prevent crime, but it will help prevent people's confidence. Are we rethinking, and I spoke to Dean about this before, the wrapping of the whole buses? Could we have one side, the curb side, you know, not covered in, the windows covered in, advertising? Are we looking at lighting in bus stops? All those soft things that help people think, I will walk to the bus stop today, I will get on, I don't feel scared. I know that doesn't prevent crime, but it does help people feel more confident. It feels like some of those things are being dropped.
Great question. In terms of that part of the program that we worked on in terms of improving public transport with the Mayor was about those first and last leg options, and there's been a lot of work done in terms of improving those captured zones. So in terms of that, we do have it as a focus within our programs in the coming years to do that. So that includes the likes of lighting is a big one, and particularly around bus stops and other initiatives in order to be able to improve zones. Also going out at night ourselves and understanding what that experience is like. So we're learning from it and can do better. Lighting is the number one, yeah, particularly around bus stops and walk-up zones, but also heat mapping where people are coming from and entering to station precincts, so that footpaths, etc., are all, available and ready, because some of those sight lines in terms of that has not necessarily been done. We've built great stations, but in terms of what I call the catchment zone around them has not been done properly in order to be able to support active mode inclusion and walk-up zones with that. So that is a focus over the next few years, low-cost initiatives to improve that.
Thank you. And very last question on that, on the bendy bus trackless tram trial. If you've already shown that it's slower, can't move people as fast through the busway, why would we trial it there when we already know it's not going to be as good as the current buses? Could you trial it on the airport route because it's a shorter route and has fewer buses, or?
The idea is to trial it on the busway because it's got segregated infrastructure, so it enables us to easily be able to do a trial, or easier than doing it elsewhere, because we don't have to, what I'll call, put specific infrastructure in to be able to do the trial. That'll give us enough to know what settings it's going to be able to work in and the functionality of it, and if it's can be used in other projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. Touching a little bit on the question before around safety on buses, but sort of in an additional vein, the transport officers, we have them there partly for a safety aspect, but also fare evasion. When are we likely to be able to see what impact, if any, they're making? I suspect they are making impact. I'm not trying to be negative about it. I'm just curious as to when we'll have some data on how that's going.
Data in terms of what they see and report across the network?
Yep, and also if we're starting to see some of that fare evasion coming down.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Buses, obviously pretty hard to get a bench line on, so I'll talk briefly about that. So bus drivers, we've made it really hard for them to be able to tell us about it. So we've making that easier, so like a two-step method, so they can record it and gives us accurate patronage, but also understands where that's happening. Since we've done that, we've seen what we call zero fare tickets double in terms of the system. So we're getting much better understanding of where fare evasion is happening, which is then we're deploying people. Yeah.
So it's going to go up before it goes down because we're getting better data.
We're getting much better data. Yeah. So it almost doubled in that month since we made those improvements, and the much better reporting. So it's sort of helping that in terms of understanding where those things are happening. Yeah.
Okay, so when, in terms of, are we going to measure at the sort of 6-month mark, or when are we likely to see some visibility about how the transport officers are going generally?
Yeah, absolutely, we'll probably report back in, actually I'll put something in my head in about October, so we can report back about how that's going and what's coming through, and if those patterns change. That may not be long enough,
yes,
but I would suggest before the end of the year we can bring something back to be able to demonstrate action taken on that.
Great, I think that would be helpful and support Councillor Henderson's comments about working in with other groups in that space. The last question was around the temporary traffic management staff. I'm really encouraged by some of the progress in this space, but curious to know what we're going to be doing about some of the smaller players. I think it's great that we're doing that work with the industry in general, but one of my concerns is about how we get smaller, the builder that's a couple of guys and a dog with a radio, and they put some cones out and they're not necessarily abiding by the rules, and then they're gone before we can enforce it, and they just do it again at the next work site. So what are we trying to do in that space, acknowledging that's really hard, but any thoughts in that space?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Tracy Buchanan's online. If not, I would say that will be sort of in terms of process improvement through the road corridor approvals, so for access and approval of TTM and the road corridor, that will be built in. But yes, it's an education in order to shift an industry in terms of better working practices.
And I guess also the question there is also about enforcement, that, we're putting in place better rules, and the quid pro quo for that, if you like, for the industry is that, hopefully they're going to find it easier to keep to the rules, but it does also mean that we need to enforce the rules and make it worth their while to comply. and not worth their while to break them. So are we looking at that space as well?
I'll just provide one comment, but we can provide a more detailed update offline. We're providing capability now for our parking officers so that they can be our eyes and ears out there. So if they see incidents, not taking them off their parking duties, but they can feed it back into the TTM team.
Great, thanks.
Okay, that concludes the questions. Thank you again for a very good presentation with some positive news this month round, which is good to see. I don't think anyone needs to really talk to this. We've had a very clear presentation. Councillor Baker is happy to move, and Councillor Dalton second. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, folks, we'll have a short break for lunch now. I think it's 10 to 1, looking at the clock over there. So we'll be back at 20 past to complete the agenda. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the... We're up to item 10, and we've hung around or endured the morning session, so good on you guys. And this of course is the Auckland Council submission on the draft land transport rule, setting of speed limits 2024. So, of course, paper that came through a little late in the piece there, and that's due to the fact we're working to a very compressed timeline, which seems to be the rule rather than the exception these days. So I just by way of introduction, I just remind people that this is a council submission that we're talking about here. It's to a rule. It's not a piece of legislation in that sense. There will be no select committee hearing. But what it does have, of course, which brings us to the item, is a runs until the 11th of July. And I guess as with any consultations of this nature, people are at liberty to submit themselves. But this will be the council position. And the position as outlined thus far in our draft proposals is informed by current council and Auckland Transport policies and strategic directions. And I know presentation. So I just wanted to make those things clear so that we kind of understand what we're dealing with here. And that is, it's a submission, and that our submission is based on our current policies and directions that have been established over the last couple of years. Okay, with that said, I'll hand over to Michael to do the introductions and to give us a brief presentation.
This process, as you've said, has been a joint process between Council and Auckland Transport. Council input, and I'm joined here by Teresa Burnett, the General Manager, Transport Safety, and the Technical Lead for Transport Safety. We have all input to the submission, and we have also received input so far from 10 boards. We have not been able yet to get the draft submission in a fit enough state to send to councillors. As possible following this meeting. I'll now hand over to Teresa.
We've got quite a lot to get through, so I will be quite brief, if I can get this to me. So this is our starting point, and people are often quite surprised when I show them this slide. This is taken from the World Health Organization, and it shows road deaths per 100,000 population amongst high-income countries. So New Zealand, we are the tall pink bar on the right, Australia is in the middle there, and United Kingdom is on the left, down with the Scandi countries and Japan, who are doing the best. So that's our kind of starting point as how we're operating as a country. There are successes in there, so it's not all doom and gloom. These are some evaluation reports from the work that Auckland Transport has done in recent years around reducing speed limits. As you all know, we've been concentrating quite heavily on road safety for a number of years now. So what this shows you is a 12% reduction in deaths and serious injuries, DSI, in roads where we have reduced speed limits compared to roads where we have not reduced speed limits. There's been a wee bit of commentary about this, which I think is people maybe not interpreting the data. So people seem to be getting confused about COVID. It's like, hey, hang on, hey, you haven't taken account of COVID. Just to be clear, this is showing comparisons between roads where we lowered the speed limits and roads we did not lower the speed limits. So yes, COVID impacted on people's travel, but it impacted the roads equally, and the roads where we reduced the speed limits have better performed than the roads we did not. The figure changes when you separate out deaths and serious injury. When it's deaths only, the figure jumps to 30%. On the right there, you'll see some feedback we've had from residents who've experienced town centre changes. So when we go and do a major piece of work in a town centre, we keep an eye on it, monitor it, and go back and evaluate and ask residents what they thought. And you can see here that 2 out of 3 residents supported the changes we made in lowering speeds and using engineering measures. And just very briefly, I'll touch on travel time delay. This is within the urban context, so a 20-minute journey. If we reduce the speed limit down to 30, averages out about a 15-second delay. Again, urban car journeys. So I will leave it there and I will hand over to Michael.
Thanks, Teresa. In developing this submission, we've considered 4 main principles. In addition to, as the Chair mentioned, being consistent with existing Council and Auckland Transport endorsed strategies. We've also focused on putting forward that local communities in Auckland should, where possible, be responsible for issues in Auckland so that we can address the local needs, and these decisions should not necessarily be centralised in Wellington. And that, of course, enables us to better reflect iwi community and local board feedback to the extent we can. And, of course, where government imposes additional administrative burden and costs on us, we are seeking, where possible, to have those costs covered by government. They're the main principles we used as we were considering our submission. I'll now hand over to Ping just to go through the 7 proposals in a bit of detail.
Thank you, Michael. There are 7 proposals in the draft speed rule. Proposal 1 is to require a cost-benefit analysis to be completed for each road, and there is a specific methodology proposed to do this under the draft rule. Proposal 2 is to strengthen consultation requirements. It lists a number of road users and groups where consultation must make reasonable efforts to involve, and consultation needs to occur by road and with a published cost-benefit analysis. The slide next refers to Proposal 6. Proposal 6 is simply to update the Director of Land Transport's criteria for assessing plans for certification in alignment with other changes proposed in the draft rule. Proposal 3 requires variable speed limits at outside school gates. They're 30 kilometres an hour variable with set times for Category 1-2 schools and 40 to 60 kilometres an hour for Category 2 schools with fixed lengths outside the school gate proposed. Proposal 4 is to introduce a ministerial speed objective. This is a tool that allows the minister to indicate the direction, pace and scale via the optional issuing of a ministerial speed objective. Proposal 5 changes the speed limit numbers available for each type of road and category. There are a number of changes proposed compared to previous guidance, particularly in urban areas. And Proposal 7 requires the reversal of speed limit reductions made since January 2020 for 3 categories. 30 kilometre an hour local roads set because there is a school in the area, urban connectors or arterials and state highways. I have 2 pictures here. This is an example in Kelston under the proposed school gate variable changes. You can see these little coloured segments each relate to different schools, and with the prescribed distance there may be an issue with a gap in between schools, as drivers would need to accelerate or not. The rule does allow some reasonably practicable modifications, and we're just awaiting clarity on what that means. This is an example from Mangere. After the proposed reversals to 50 and the implementation of variable 30, a driver kind of driving from the bottom up to the top would need to go at 30 during school, say drop off and pick up time, and then just accelerate to 50. the town centre and back to 30. Thank you.
That's us done. Ready for questions.
Okay, thank you, folks, for the presentation there. So I think just in order to help focus us here, councillors, I think if we could just take. Okay, we've got 7 proposals that are outlined here. We've had a presentation on those. So if we could just initially just zero in on any questions people have with respect of the proposals, because there's 7 of them, and some may or may not be understood. There may be things want to clarify. Then we can open up to general questions after that to do with other matters. But the submission is going to revolve around the 7 proposals. So I think it'll be useful if we get that clarified, any questions people have got with those in mind to start off with. And as I understand it, Michael and Teresa and Ping are ready to answer those. So I think we can just take them in convenient little bundles here. So proposal 1 was to require a cost-benefit analysis for speed limit changes, and our positions articulated there. And proposal 2 to strengthen consultation requirements. So we'll just take those 2. Has anyone got a question on those 2 to start off with? Otherwise, I'll just keep going. Honey?
Just a quick one. You made reflection on mana whenua. Did you get any feedback from mana whenua?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. So we've been engaging with mana whenua and Mātai Waka since the inception of the Safe Speeds program. We have had direction from the mana whenua Kaitiaki Forum that this aligns with their objective to reduce road harm for mana whenua and Mātai Waka. We've also had transport tables with mana whenua and wānanga and direct conversations with schools and kura kaupapa. And overall, the consistent themes and feedback we've heard is an ask to take a holistic response when it comes to speed management and to particularly consider tamariki and future generations. In addition, we've had a number of specific requests for certain locations where speed limit reductions have been requested.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so no questions for 1 or 2 then, Councillor Hills?
Just on the benefit cost ratios, could you give me the figures, and it is connected to the variable speeds, could you give me the figures of the benefit cost ratio of the safe speeds, the 30k zones at all times, compared to the variable speed zones? Because they're quite stark as far as I know, and could you explain why?
Sure, thank you. So we have looked into this, and if you use a variable school gate sign, the sign is only operating for set hours, and so that does reduce the benefits, and they can be costly if they are electronic. And so when we've looked at that, the benefit cost ratio is typically negative for the investment. Permanent speed changes do produce strong benefit cost ratios because they are quite a low cost intervention. And they can produce high safety benefits.
And maybe I guess I think it was Flo, the information we got there, which spoke about it was something like 9 versus 0.2 or something, or 7. So is that because the cost of the deaths and serious injuries caused and the investment going in is so starkly different between those 2 options?
Yes, so the reduction in death and serious injury produces the safety benefit, which is a lot stronger with a permanent speed limit change, and the cost of implementation, I guess, is part of the cost, and so that reduces the total BCR for variable signs.
And then I'm trying to connect them together. If the Minister or the direction is asking us to consider economic analysis more than safety or equal to, how come we're being asked to move all these school areas to variable if the economic outcomes are so much higher with the lower speeds. I can't connect those two things.
Yeah, under the draft rule, the proposal 3 to implement permanent speed limits, variable signs at school gates is exempt from cost benefit analysis. So the proposal for cost benefit analysis in proposal 1 only refers to future permanent changes.
Oh, so the minister has removed the economic benefits on the ones that show very good economic outcomes, potentially.
Well, the cost benefit requirement for school gate variable signs has been removed.
Okay, Councillor Simpson?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to make sure on proposal 2 that the headline from today isn't that we don't support strengthening consultation requirements around what we're doing here. So I just wondered if somehow it could be support. I mean, would you say we would support if we had the funding from central government to do the extra? I mean, are you saying partially support because it costs too much and we don't have that money? So if they gave us the money, would you say support? I'm just concerned. I don't want that to be the headline statement because we shouldn't be not consultate. We should be positive about our consultation and doing it properly. So I just think the optics around that's a bit funny. Can we write it a different way?
Yeah, no, thank you, and absolutely we really support the kind of extensive form of consultation which we have done to date, and actually the description in the draft rule of the groups that we need to consult with is within what we currently do. So that's absolutely aligned. The comment here is around the requirement to do road by road consultation and to produce a kind of separate and individual cost benefit analysis and consultation by road segment. We've noted that we have used that approach under previous phases, and we have produced for the public technical documents that exceed 5,000 pages, and so we're not sure that that is a useful use of costs and provides that transparency as part of the process.
I've done it in my ward, and you have done road by road, and it hasn't been 500 pages. It's been kind of quite easy. So I suppose I was just, I suppose how many roads do we have in Auckland? I don't know, a lot. Okay.
All right, Councillor Baker?
So you just, in regards to these two, and it's a very urban focused thing, and so rural, and so Michael provided some information this morning that basically under the draft rule, the RCA would retain the power it currently has to review speed limits and make changes in rural areas. So it's not automatically reverting. In terms of the ability, or the need and requirement to undertake a business analysis on each road, is that for ones that potentially we in rural areas would want to take back, say the ones that got slapped into 60 for some fairly, doesn't matter, I won't go there, expended myself in that a few years back, but are we still going to have to do that? Would that to revert back under the current rule and the rule that exists, would there still need to be a business case provided, and what is the capacity of the organisation to undertake that business case if we are absolutely focused on urban roads?
I can explain what's in the draft rule. So yes, under the proposed draft rule, as a road controlling authority, we can still set speed limits, including on rural roads, and the draft rule does update the classifications for rural roads. So for a number of categories, the speed limit range is higher than currently, such as for rural roads and rural connector roads. They sit between 80 and 100 if they were to be set in the future. It is a requirement to use a cost-benefit analysis for each road, and that may be challenging to complete in lower volume roads where there is not high amount of data collected due to the nature of the road, and to consult by road. But it is absolutely possible. Our early estimates are the requirements to undertake road by road cost-benefit analysis may increase the resource need by about 20% during that design and planning stage.
So to get ones looked at, which has sort of been commented that it could happen, for some of those rural roads where there was huge public opposition to what was happening, and there's been the safety, your statistics are pretty difficult to align to most of those roads. It's almost like this would mean we're stuck with them, and you just got to suck it up rural because it's not as important as that. So, I mean, and that's not from us. That's what these rules basically mean, because there just won't be the capacity to look at those roads. And so we've just, the communities who are so opposed that we never took with us on the journey are going to have to suck up those changes.
Yeah, the draft rule doesn't differentiate between rural and urban for future permanent changes. So all those roads would be required to go through consistent cost-benefit analysis and road-by-road consultation.
Councillor Ferry?
I didn't have my hand up.
Okay, that's fine.
I have some questions on later parts of it. Thank you.
Same with Councillor Filipina, is that? Okay, so that's taken care of the first two, so we'll do another couple here. Proposal 3 is to require variable speed limits outside the school gates. And Proposal 4, introduce a ministerial speed objective, so that's the next two, and I think Councillor Filipina wanted to ask a question on one of those ones.
Tēnā koe Chair, and tēnā koutou to our staff. My apologies for not being there. The question on Proposal 3, can you tell me what currently is the distance from the school around posting the speed limit around a safe zone?
Kia ora, thank you for your question. We currently look at each school in itself when we think about safe school zones that are set, and we think about things like what makes sense to drivers, and often we draw the boundary around where there are local residential roads and don't include kind of busy arterial roads. So there's not a fixed kind of distance, because as you know, some schools are closer to intersections or busier roads than others. Often people talk about children, reasonably walking about 15 minutes to school, so that can be a helpful guide.
Okay, if I was somebody told me it was 200 meters from the school where they would put the speed zone. If that, can you just let me know if that's correct? The other question I have is, why can't we end up having a consistent speed zone around the schools from a safety perspective? Yeah, so those are the two.
So just about your question about the 200 metres, under the current rule, we can consider the nature of the school gate, and often a school gate variable sign may be around that number, or it may be extended depending on the nature of the road and the school. Under the proposed draft rule, 30k local road speed limits set net, because there was a school in the area, will need to be reversed, and in the future that number is not available in the classification for future speed limit setting.
Okay, and what's the problem they're trying to fix here? And I mean, our submission is to sort of support, not wholly, but support in some of the issues. So what is the government trying to fix?
We're not sure what the government is trying to fix there. It's the process to date has been to support 30k zones around schools where that's feasible, and that has been successful, and it retains community support in most of those areas. So that's why we are recommending that we continue with that process and do not agree with this government proposal.
Okay, and Chair, look, I just wanted to just point out one thing, if that's okay, and I've got a question to you as well, Chair. When can I at least ask a question around our submission and the beginning of it for any forward information. That's number one. And number two, staff, can you have a look at the map that you're showing to us in your presentation around the option to set school speed limits, because there may be something that's wrong in that map, which please give me a call and I'll correct it for you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Filipino. Once we're finished with the proposals, we'll open it up for any other questions then at that point. Councillor Henderson?
Thank you, Chair. And foreshadowing a potential amendment to oppose on Proposal 3, which we can obviously deal with in debate as per standing orders. I've got a couple of questions on Proposal 3. So thank you for your advice around the potential negative BCRs for variable signs. I've seen some economic analysis which has BCR figures of around 3.5, 3.6 for the fixed signs and permanent speed limits that we currently do. So does this align with your understanding of the issues? Does that sound about right?
Yes, no, that is consistent.
We had someone earlier speak to us in public forum saying 85% of serious crashes near schools occur outside school drop-off and pick-up times. Is that a statement that you'd agree with in your professional experience?
Yes, I'm aware of the data and the work that went into that.
Thank you. My final question's around the finances. So obviously changing fixed signs to variable ones across an entire city is obviously going to incur some cost. Do we have any costings of how much that's going to cost and where those finances are going to fall? Is the government paying for that, or are we paying for it?
So in the GPS, which was just been finalised, it does say, and I'm quoting here, funding for reversing speed limit changes will be a priority for the GPS 2024. So we would expect NZTA to be providing some funding, but it's not clear at this point how much funding would be available and whether or not it's going to be a part contribution at the usual funding assistance rate or not.
That's really helpful, thank you. Just a quick follow-up, because we're sort of plucking it out of the air a little bit. We just don't know, right? So would, in your experience, would be talking millions of dollars? Any kind of ballpark figure that you might want to proffer for us?
We're absolutely talking millions of dollars, of course. So we're looking at maybe the cost reversals of being between 5 and 8 million. We need to look at the signs and the markings on the roads, for example. We have about 125 schools that would need new variable speed limit signs. It actually goes on, so we could be up around maybe 12 million.
12 million, okay, thank you, Chair. Estimate. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dalton?
Thank you for your presentation. So the government's proposal is asking for greater consideration to be given to economic growth and for public acceptability. Have they provided any evidence over the economic growth that could be realised by their changes? And, you know, if we specifically talk around not the rural roads, not the highways, so if I'm talking about urban roads, the existing 30 kilometres, and if that were changed to variable, have they provided the economic data on that?
In the consultation document and the draft rule, I'm not aware of that, but they may have in other areas.
So for the urban areas and the school, around the school areas, currently it would be around 14.2 seconds for added to a 20-minute trip. For the government's proposal, it is estimated to be around 12 seconds, which would be a 2.2 second gain of going faster. Would that be correct?
When the Auckland Forecasting Centre used the multimodal strategic model and produced a number of these travel time estimates, yes, they tested a range of scenarios, and there is not a significant difference for where those trips are impacted by speed limit changes, and under all those scenarios, the travel time was less than 15 seconds increase.
The last question is, though, although it's not economic growth, there is an economic impact. So current state is saving 539 lives, estimate. The proposal is going to save 25 lives. And so looking at that as a VCR, I suppose the savings are about $1.3 billion, current status, and about 65 million on the proposal for variable speed. So is that cost in their workings, the cost that it will be if we go from saving 539 lives to 25 lives? Or is that not featuring in their economic statistics?
At the moment, the documents provided by the Ministry of Transport just include the draft wording of the draft rule and the kind of outline of the consultation document. They don't include economic information.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. So I've got a few questions around proposal 3. Sorry, can we just scroll up? Are we doing proposal 4 as well? Can we just scroll up so we can see that, please? Because at the moment we can only see 3. Thank you. Yep. Cool. So one of the things that I'm interested in this space around the school stuff is why we're putting it as a partially support, like it's kind of a glass half full, glass half empty situation. Why are we partially support but requesting flexibility as opposed to opposing and requesting flexibility? So is one or other of those more consistent with katoa ka ora, or what was the sort of, I guess, conclusion from officials about which way to go on that?
There is an element of variable speed limit signage that we do support, and that's the imposition of standard operating hours. At the moment, there are different times for different schools, and they're very short times. The proposed speed limit rule gives them 90-minute periods in the morning and at the end. That's a consistent time, so it's much more understandable for motorists. We support that element of the proposed rule. We do not support the other elements. That's what we're proposing.
Okay, I guess my question would be then, and I guess this probably speaks to the amendment that Councillor Henderson's considering, that we potentially should be changing that to oppose and then listing what we do support. But I'll come back to that. So one of the things that we've heard a lot about here is the impact on congestion of having lower speeds, in particular around schools. Have we got some data on that in terms of what we think Councillor Dalton mentioned some of the travel times, but do we have a broader picture of the impact on congestion? And just to caveat that, I'm particularly interested in how lower speeds around schools might promote mode shift, which in turn has an impact on congestion. So looking at that bigger picture as opposed to the trip-by-trip focus we so often are doing.
That is an element, a concern that we have identified. Although there is a small travel time savings in increasing the speed limits, as you've seen, it's only a matter of seconds per trip. And there is a concern that if speed limits around schools are higher, then parents will be more reluctant to allow their children to walk or cycle to school. That will mean more car trips. And it is the car trip to school that's changed over recent decades and contributed to the growth in congestion. So there is the potential for this to result in increased congestion, which could overwhelm any of the minor travel time savings. And of course, that has other impacts on the children and so forth if they can't get to school independently.
And then we have the flow-on effect potentially too of if a parent has to start their day by driving a child to school, they're more likely to continue driving. Has that been considered in terms of that congestion aspect as opposed to the parent then being able to use a different mode?
That is part of what's driven the increase in congestion over recent decades, and we have included that concern in our draft submission.
Okay. Then what about the impact of accidents on congestion? Higher speed accidents resulting in longer road closures, more harm to people, those kinds of things. Has that been considered in the congestion aspects of higher speeds?
We hadn't included that, but it does make sense to we'll look to see how we can put that in. Because, more crashes would result in more delays and more congestion.
And I guess also the seriousness of the crash as well. The more serious the crash, the more likely you need the special crash unit to come and look at it, which closes the road off for a period of time. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Okay, it would be helpful, I think, to put some of that in. My final question on this particular bit is just around the 200 metres conversation around schools. And like I was just checking my own kids, one of them walks 300 metres from our house to the back gate of the school. Lucky for him, it's on really quiet roads, super quiet at the moment because of Kāinga Orders work. Another kid walks 800 metres at the shortest to the school gate for the intermediate. So I'm just wondering why we so often use 150 or 200 metres. I certainly walked a kilometre to school in the 80s and didn't feel particularly hard done by, just to point that out. I'm not saying I walked through the snow and the rain and the frozen puddles, which my mum, previous generation, says she did, but anyway.
So just to clarify, the draft rule proposes a 300-metre distance outside a school gate, so potentially 150 in each direction. That, in practice, currently we do extend that slightly depending on the nature and need of the school. However, these types of variable speed limit signs don't tend to make a lot of sense as you go further away from the school gate. So if you did want to capture a whole journey to school, you probably would need to look at a permanent change.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
I've got a number of issues. It's more efficient for me just to list them if you want to capture them. And they just go to nuancing our response. So I make the observation across a lot of streets that are urban that increasingly people are parking on the streets. The consequence is that the amount of road corridor that's available is minimal. You've got to slow down. It's dangerous if people speed. So I just want to introduce that as an issue. The other issue is the lack of mention in our submission around school travel plans. They've been developed in consultation with the students and the like. You know how they work. They apply to both walking and cycling and walking school buses and the like. So I just want to raise that as an issue. There's the definition of school gate, when schools often have multiple egress access points, all of which are relevant rather than just school gate. The other matter is around whether there's any relationship with speed humps and the like that are applicable in these areas, because there may be instances where we want to put in place some form of control for safety, and I wouldn't want to think that an increase in the speed limit precluded that. There's the matter of rural roads that are mentioned here, but there are different rural roads. Some of them are gravel, some of them have got ditches. In Rodney we still have a lot of gravel roads. You really don't want to have higher speeds where you've got those gravel roads in place. There's a mention of town centres. Increasingly town centres are mixed use, so that involves urban dwelling and the like. So that's a relevant consideration. And the last consideration is just the lack of use of footpaths for cyclists, particularly young children that really shouldn't even be travelling on a dedicated cycleway, because you've got cyclists travelling at speed on those. So they need to be able to travel on footpaths. But currently that's really not enabled, and it needs to be. So I don't know how those sorts of issues can be integrated into our response, but I think they will have merit, and you're welcome to respond.
Okay, I think one of the purposes of today is to capture some of the feedback, Michael, and where it fits in or adds to what is eventually resolved on, it will be included if relevant. Is that the understanding? Yeah. Okay, so there's a number of good points there. Okay, final one on this section, Councillor Hill.
Yeah, just two quick questions. The first is on just making it clear on the consultation. We keep getting told this is blanket approached in a blanket way by the previous government, but it's my understanding we had to review our speeds, but actually the consultation and choices were all us. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. So under the rule that's currently in force, we are required to follow Section 82, the general consultation requirements of kind of good consultation and public process, which we have done extensively, in addition to additional engagement that we undertake above what is legally required.
And just the last question. So the government's requirement on number 3, like right now, AT has the ability to do the 30k zones or the variable. I've got an example in my ward where a school is and parents are desperately wanting us to go to 30k's, and I've had National ACT and Labour MPs advocate for that, but actually AT has come back and said, no, it's an arterial, a variable, fits better here, and has kind of refused the zone. But what this does makes it, we can only do variable. Is that correct? So the move takes away the choice we're currently rolling out.
Yes, that is correct. And we would be proposing instead that road controlling authorities such as Auckland Transport have the ability to choose variable or permanent lower speed zones.
So I guess just want to make it clear that our current, even before the last government's changes, we had the ability to do both. We still have the ability to choose both. We do that. But this change would only require us to do variable and reverse all the current ones.
That's correct.
Right, so let's move on to the remaining questions then. Any questions on proposals 5, 6 or 7, bearing in mind 6 is largely just a technical, so we're really just talking about 5 or 7. Any quick questions of clarification on those before we move on to more open and then debate? Yeah, Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, number 7, Chair. This is going back to what Councillor Baker raised around the rural section, and I think there might be the possibility of some wordsmithing just to add on another bullet point under number 7 there. There's situations where in the rural areas of Auckland, roads that were 100 kilometres per hour got caught in the last kind of trench of changes, and they got changed down to 60, where probably the right speed was either 70 or 80, but they weren't able to be initiated at that time. So those roads are currently sitting at the wrong speeds. These are sealed roads. Rural has gravel roads, but they also have sealed roads, and I'm talking about the sealed roads. So for those, my understanding, and this is the clarification question, Mr. Chair, my understanding is for that example of that road, and I understand they're in Franklin as well, they'd have to go through an expensive, timely and probably unresourced process of having to go through that consultation process that we outlined a little bit earlier. That's my understanding. So I'm just seeking clarification on that because we've just heard a little earlier that Auckland Transport may not have the resource to actually do that. So these roads are going to sit there for the foreseeable future, where today we could add in a 4th bullet point under priority number 7 there and include the rural sealed roads, and number 7 is a 4th or 5th bullet point there, Michael. So that's my question. Can we do that? And for those reasons that I'm just outlining.
Right. Does anyone have a response to Councillor Sayers on that question?
We can work with you to try to craft some words on that issue.
Well, that's perfect. So my understanding, if they're able to do that, and Auckland Transport can present that to the chair and the deputy chair through I understand through the resolutions, they'll be able to incorporate that into the document, is my understanding, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, what I've said is that any suggestions that have been put forward by people that if they fit in with the the proposals that are supported, then of course they can be included in whatever way the writers of the submission seem appropriate.
Okay, lovely.
Okay,
Well,
yeah.
if perhaps we could, Michael, we could do that and work through myself and Councillor Baker, and we'll help you. Thank you.
Okay, so just a couple more questions on this last tranche before we open it up a bit then. Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some guidance, please. So I'm going to be asked to support a proposal which we have not, we're not going to know, like we're going to delegate the final wording to it, and it's quite special, it's quite sophisticated what we're trying to achieve here. I'm not comfortable. Is that, am I right? I'm going to be asked to vote through, take this number 7, I'm going to be asked to vote through on a proposal that we're going to actually formulate later, right?
I don't think that's what's happening, but I'll leave it to Michael to perhaps explain what the process is there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't been able to provide the detailed submission yet. We can undertake to provide that by end of tomorrow, if possible, but it's subject to the chair and what councillors decide as to how the final authority gets signed off. The submission has to be provided by the 11th of July, so there's 1 week left. We just have not had enough time to finalise the first draft prior to this meeting, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yes, that's what Michael said. Councillor Darby?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks all. Thanks, Michael and Ping, for this. Can I ask you these questions, Michael and Ping? I think it was Councillor Filipina that asked a question about what is the problem. So I just want to follow that a little bit further. I think, Ping, you answered that, but I want to get this confirmed. Has the government in this proposal defined the problem? And in defining it, has it also undertaken a rigorous cost-benefit analysis in its solution to the problem which it is proposing? That's my first two questions.
The material provided in the consultation document talks about objectives around considering public acceptability more in the speed limit process, and also considering economic efficiency and development. There has not been a cost-benefit analysis provided in the consultation material.
So at the outset, at the top, have they defined the problem? So we hear from you that there's no rigorous cost-benefit analysis. Have they gone to the nub of it and said, this is the problem? Have they clearly defined the problem?
Not in those words.
Okay. So just in terms of the proposal or proposals being designed around the needs of people, do you see the government's response as being one that is designed around the needs of people? And that is like local situations varying. Would you like to comment there?
The draft rule uses the language of creating binding nationally set speed limit classifications. So yeah, that's how they frame what they're providing, rather than perhaps local context.
So it doesn't take into account the needs of local people, for example, one school versus another school or neighbourhood.
No, the material uses the term binding in terms of the speed limit classification table.
Yeah. And lastly, in this proposal from government, would you consider it based on data and evidence? Is there any material that you as technical officers have viewed that you could convey to us in confidence that these proposals from government are based on data and evidence?
Yeah, no, nothing's been provided that I'm aware of.
Okay, Chair, if I just want to draw to our attention, and I think this is worthy of inclusion in the submission, because now, Chair, I just want to refer to the coalition agreements between National and ACT and National and New Zealand First, and I'll go to the National ACT one, and under section 17A, principled, it makes mention of making decisions based on sound public policy principles, including problem definition, rigorous cost-benefit analysis, etc. And then it talks about, in section D, it being people-focused and being designed around the needs of people who use them. And then there are other relevant sections, and then there's section F, which is headed up evidence-based, and that says decisions will be based on data and evidence, etc. So, Michael and Ping, given that that is a high-level government, party commitment between parties, between three parties, those words are in both coalition agreements. Would you say that the government is acting consistent with those coalition agreements as I've read them out and referred to in my questions of you, given your answers, your
Point
initial
of
answer?
order.
Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
I think potentially the way that this is heading, we're asking officers to make observations in a political way that may not be constructive to taking this matter forward. I appreciate that the questions are to scrutinise coalition agreements, but what we have before us now...
Chair, can I ask what the point of order is?
If I can just let the person finish.
With respect.
Okay, well,
The point of order is, I think our officers are being asked questions that are becoming political by nature and are inappropriate.
Okay, so I'll make a ruling that I'll allow Councillor Darby to finish his questions. He's entitled to pose questions, and then ultimately it'll be up to us to decide whether they're political or not. And I think that's a fair point. This is a submission, but Councillor Darby, if you could finish your question to the officers, and the political or otherwise will be up to us to judge very shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, and of course, points of order can't be a point to contend another member's view. That's not a point of order. But, Chair, I think I did pose the question to the staff, both Ping and Michael, and in summary, it was, as I put, is there consistency between the coalition agreements and the way government is going about introducing this proposal?
The draft speed limit rule did not go into a lot of detail around definitions and evidence and the like. It just stated the substance of the draft speed rule.
And so there was no rigorous cost-benefit analysis. There was no evidence-based, data and evidence, and so that is all entirely absent, correct? Is that so, Michael?
Yes.
Okay, finish, Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Hills, and then Councillor Simpson to finish. No, okay. Councillor Hills finishes off.
Last question. As governors and as Auckland Transport directors, we're required to act, at least consider evidence, and then if we are putting people at risk, then I guess blame is apportioned to those governors. On the NZTA website and our website, we clearly point out the evidence basis for these changes. NZTA website, still current, says why, 30k international evidence, etc. When more deaths, so these will be reversed and deaths and serious injuries will happen in those places potentially, who who does the finger go to? Does it go to us, the AT board, or the minister? When those, so based on evidence, it says more deaths will happen. Who was responsible for making decisions that helped contribute to those deaths?
I can. So yeah, we've received a similar question from local boards already, and so we did meet with the Ministry of Transport team about this. They said that they are aware it's a matter of concern and they're considering it.
All right, okay, so we've been through all the proposals now, and I said at that point to open up for any other general questions before we actually go into debate. So is there any other general questions people want to raise before we go there? Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. My question is about the principle of subsidiarity and how this does or doesn't comply, the draft rule, with the principle of subsidiarity around local decisions being made at the most local possible level. Are you sort of, has there been any consideration of that in terms of the analysis? It's not specific to any of these proposals, but as a bunch, this seems to be reaching into our space. So was there any particular comment on that?
That has been the principle in our submission, that local issues should be decided within the local area and deal with local views. Yeah, that is in our draft submission. It relates to a number of the proposals. This process is about setting a national agenda and not enabling local authorities to have as much control of our speed limit setting as we have in the past, and we're pushing back against that. That's the intention.
So can I just ask a quick follow-up then? So, and forgive me, this is probably a little bit of a naive question. With other areas where they don't have an Auckland Transport-like arrangement, other areas of local government, that's usually more direct, there's usually more direct oversight from the governors, is that correct? Whereas we have to sort of go through Auckland Transport because of the Regional Transport Committee structure.
Yeah, so under the Regional Transport Committee still holds the decision-making power, and so yeah, as you would be aware, in other parts of New Zealand, the Regional Transport Committee is kind of made up of the elected members.
Okay, so in our context, we are potentially losing some power and authority in this space. Some of our colleagues in other councils are potentially losing it in a more comprehensive way as well. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Equally effective.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ferry. So I'll be moving the recommendations as they appear on the agenda. They'll be seconded by Councillor Fletcher. So I will now open the matter up for debate. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you. Might be nice for me to go first because I'm proposing an amendment if we can bring it up on. It's very simple. It just changes in 3 partially supports to opposes. Yeah, cool. Okay, and yeah, if that's okay, Chair, I'll just speak to it very briefly. Look, I'm requesting my colleagues to support this and actually clarify our position a lot more. It reverses the default setting back to opposing, but also I very deliberately left in the rest of the sentence to allow for flexibility for AT to look into local circumstances, and I think it's right to listen to the evidence and the data on that. You know, I see there's a number of reasons why I raise this. One of them is safety, one of them is on economic grounds, and one of them is on grounds of good governance. So on safety, it's very clear. We've had it brought to us and confirmed 85% of serious crashes near schools occur outside school drop-off and pick-up times. Right, that's where the real problem is around here. The government's proposal seeks, for reasons that seem to be unrelated to any kind of solid evidence, to make a change that will, by definition, make our school areas less safe. I don't really know why we would do that when Auckland has the 4th worst safety record in the Western world, and why we would do that in areas where lots of vulnerable Aucklanders use all the time. I'm asking you to resist attempts to make that even worse and resist changes that will put Aucklanders at risk. On economic grounds, it's very clear as well. We're supposedly doing all of this for economic reasons. Well, we looked at the BCRs involved, and we were advised today that it was a negative BCR to do these variable changes. Whereas to do what we're doing now in terms of fixed permanent signs with fixed permanent speed limits, it's a BCR of 3.6. Right, if you're looking at the evidence, fixed permanent signs also save around 180 more Aucklanders from death or serious injury. The government's proposal cuts that down to 29. Right, we're going to give up 150 lives for that, 150 people injured and maimed for that. All this for a gain of a couple of seconds of travel time. A couple of seconds, and the time it took to clear my throat. Now, I'm not a big city economist, right? But this doesn't add up financially or in terms of safety. And finally, in terms of finances, for this privilege, so-called, we're going to be asked to put up $12 million or some element of $12 million that we don't have, that's not budgeted. That's called an unfunded mandate. I do need to make this one other point. At the end of the day, we are the road controlling authority. We are. Aucklanders put us in this position democratically to make decisions like this, and the local boards in particular, right? When I was the local board chair, one of the first things we did was we put in the first slow speed zone in Auckland, in Te Atatū South. That's right, and to this day, I hear positive feedback all around from parents of the school, from local residents as well, just how safe that place is. It's fantastic, and I'm very proud of it. Colleagues, if you believe in prudent use of ratepayers' money, if you believe in evidence-based decision-making, if you believe that Aucklanders should make decisions for Aucklanders, if you believe that we should keep vulnerable Aucklanders safe, then you'll support this amendment, and I'll thank you for doing so. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question of you and the seconder of whether the opposers can be accepted by you and Councillor Fletcher before I end up speaking, Chair. As addition.
Yeah, no, I've discussed with Councillor Fletcher, and we're happy to go with what the officers have recommended based on the the established policies and strategies. So any amendments, any changes to that, we're going to have put up as amendments, Councillor Filipaina.
Okay, Chair. In light of that, I've only got a few things to say. Firstly, I personally was going to do the same around just this particular one, and that's number 3. I will be supporting it, and really there's only one reason why I will be supporting it, and that is the safety aspect of it. I did mention the 200 metre and what happens around the speed with our schools. I've spoken to several of the principals in the schools around Māngere in particular, and Chair, look, that I also notice all the comments made by Michael that when Councillor Ferry asked Michael around some of the issues that she identified around the distance, around the speed, that he says, look, there would be something in the submission. So, Chair, just to the amendment, and I will speak to the substantive, but to the amendment, I will be supporting it. And thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Dalton.
And this is speaking to the amendment. Yeah, I mean, I had a bit more to say more broadly, so if you get the substantive. Look, there was a report that was done called A Kid's Vision for Transport by Crank, and I think it's relevant when we put it into the context of the schools. And part of this context, it was 12 schools, none in my area. I'll read them out. Bayswater, Bayview, Epsom Normal, Greenhithe, Kelston, Meadowbank, Newmarket Primary, Ngā Iwi, Oranga, Point Chevalier, Silverdale, Westmere. A key hope from the children of that school was that the decision makers, the adults in charge of the strategies and plans that are shaping our city, will be encouraged and empowered to to action by the voices of the young residents of Tamaki Makaurau. After all, they're going to be the ones that inherit what we do. And I say this to central government too, in the context of us being able to have the control or the decision making over local circumstances. These children, their favourite way to get around is to bike 45.6%, to walk 35%, other wheels 21%, skateboards and the like. They want to be able to walk safely around our streets, whether that's to school, from school, or just around their neighbourhoods. And to do that safely, we need to have the lower speed limits. They're asking us to be curious about their lives, that their needs and their preferences, and that we be confident in making changes in their favour, because they can't vote yet. They can't vote yet, and we're the ones tasked with making the decisions. They're the ones that are going to have to live with the consequences of the choices that we make around this table and that central government choose to make in whatever wisdom that they're using with this proposal. So I'm speaking in support of Councillor Henderson's amendment that we do oppose the requirement for variable speed limits outside school gates. We've heard from a principal of a school and from others that accidents are happening outside school hours, around school areas. It's not just outside the school gate that we need to take care. We need to take care everywhere. I'm speaking again from an urban perspective. I keep in mind what Councillor Baker and Sayers say around the rural areas, and that they are quite different. So I'm coming from my perspective, what I know and what I witness. We do need to have flexibility around local circumstances. I think that one of the presenters spoke before around we need to have a look at the road. If the road is long, the road is wide, perhaps it's not a 30-kilometre, perhaps we need to reassess that. That's the decision that we can make locally. We don't need a blanket decision by a government to tell us how to live our lives. So just a bit of a plug from the kids and what the kids have asked us to consider on their behalf. Kia ora, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll speak now. I won't speak to the substantive. But yeah, I just think, unfortunately, and I appreciate the recs yourself and Councillor Fletcher have put up, because I think they're quite good in opposing the main parts of this change. Even if I preferred the higher speeds or lower speeds, I think the overreach from government taking away our rights to make decisions is pretty poor. And, you know, we all sat here and opposed Three Waters and things like that from the last government because we thought the overreach of control into local business was inappropriate last government. Well, this is happening again now. And I think the decisions, this is blanket decision making. We did not make blanket rules. Even if you read the presentation, actually that this body unanimously supported last year, which allowed for these speeds to be put forward, more than half actually are the variable speed zones, because AT said it works better here, but actually I think it was about 250 variable speed schools and about 150 slow speed zones. That was all we were asking for, each school to be judged on evidence, feedback from communities, and then we could do that. This, what the government has put forward, takes away all the good work we've done consulting with communities. I've got emails and messages from schools and parents and others just appalled that all that work could be flipped around on a dime. So this amendment opposes the requirement to standardise everything. It gives us the ability to still put in those variables, which we've actually funded, but also allows us to put in those safe speed zones where we think it's appropriate. And it keeps all that tireless work over years for those schools. The young people that came and spoke to us last December, I think it was it Rodney College or Kaipara, they spoke about the change that has been enabled that they can walk home safely now. That they talked about, and it was pretty hard to listen, they talked about the way kids' skulls and bodies break under a 50 or 60 kilometre accident. It was hard listening to, but that is the fact. That is the fact of what this will do. Not based on emotion, not based on anecdote, but based on evidence from Waka Kotahi and Auckland Transport says that we will be hurting children and adults across our community if we allow these ministerial approaches to happen. It is not, emotional blackmail or anything. It is evidence. We are the third or fourth worst in the Western world for speed. We also approached it as our lower income communities are some of the worst off. Māori communities are well overrepresented in DSI, and walking and pedestrians and cyclists are they are overrepresented in the stats. And all we're saying here is to give us choice to do it ourselves and consult with our communities like we've continued to do so. Because I think we should not be allowing Wellington to decide what my son, the amount of safety he gets on his way to school, or the fact we have to drive him to school. It just seems so bizarre to me. And I do take what Andy and Greg and others say. There are nuances in the rural areas. There are issues with going from 100 to 80 to 60 to 70 to 30, but that can be done through this process. Local boards and local communities can also work with AT to make what fits. So I just hope we can all support this and support the recommendations from Councillor Watson and Councillor Fletcher, because it is not political. This is about us being in charge of the destiny, keeping our residents safe where we think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. I was happy to second this amendment by Councillor Henderson, and obviously as a seconder I will be supporting it. Just to quickly outline a little bit of why, and I reserve my right to speak on substantive, but hope I can get it all done in this one. One of the things that I've been reflecting on a lot when we have these conversations is what it must be like to actually be the driver who hits someone. And how that must change your life, whether you have injured someone seriously or not much at all, or you have killed someone, and that anybody can make a mistake. And that's what we heard from Break in particular, was about the fact that most of these incidents are happening because people make mistakes. They're not necessarily impaired in some way. They have made a simple mistake. And we can all make mistakes. Some people will know I don't drive more than about 45 minutes because I start to fall asleep after I drive more than a certain length of time. Sometimes I have to pull over and have a nap before 45 minutes. That's okay. I know that limitation and I can work around it. But the thing that drove me, no pun intended, to do that was actually the time I didn't take that into account and I did nearly fall asleep and my partner had to wake me up, and otherwise we would have hit a power pylon. So anyone can make a mistake. And I just really wanted to reiterate that when we make mistakes around schools, when we make mistakes around vulnerable road users, what it is that protects them is the street environment. It is the way that we lay out our streets, the speeds that we set, the phasing of the traffic lights to allow safe crossing. It is all of these things. It is not so much the things that happen inside a car. We've gone a long way with the technology inside cars, and I want to thank member Christina Robertson from the Albert Eden Local Board for pointing this out to me. Seatbelts, which were considered controversial. My father was terrible at wearing a seatbelt. And pushed back on that, but now it's a given because we know that it does save lives inside cars. So how come we see it differently outside? How come we can't bring ourselves to accept that actually the damage we do to people outside cars versus the very small saving, and perhaps none, when we look at the congestion figures around the impact of accidents on the system, it just baffles me, to be honest. And I don't want to be someone who makes a mistake that has a far bigger impact than it would if we lowered speeds, particularly around schools. And I want to say, just to the point that speed doesn't kill, people kill, yes. But also no, because if you're going 30, it doesn't have the physical impact on another person's body that going 50 does. So speed is absolutely a factor here. in Star Trek, they say you can't change the laws of physics. And I'm sorry, I don't have a Scottish accent like my predecessors, so I'm not probably doing that full justice. But it's true. This is physics, folks, and we can't change the rules of physics. And we can't change the fact that people are going to make mistakes. We need to make a much more forgiving environment, especially around schools. And that's the reason why I very strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Ferry, for putting up the amendment. I speak in support of the amendment. I see the benefits of slowing down near schools. I'd love to just see the 30K stay around the schools. One of the schools that were put up there is Ngāiwi Primary. That's my old school. I'm on the Board of Trustees there. And that is a main road that the gate opens out to. So it's always busy, and it's the principals and the teachers that are going out there before school started, after school's finished, to make sure the kids are safe, because people are, driving because they want to get somewhere fast, I suppose. That's why they seem to speed. I don't support prioritising economic growth over people's lives, and it seems like the government is quite happy to put the lives of children at risk to get people to where they need to get to faster. It's just shocking. My niece and my nephew walk to school. They walk along a main road to get to school. And I don't want to see anything happen to them when they're walking to school, when maybe the safest approach is to drop them off, but they want to walk with their friends. I was in a head-on car accident, and the thing that saved my life and the 2 passengers I had was I drove slow. The other guy was a drunk driver, but it was speed that was a factor there in saving our lives. We slowed down. So I support slower limits, especially around school. We were asked before to make mukapuna decisions. I see this as a decision that will, support our mukapuna, support the 350,000 Aucklanders under the age of 15 who walk and take their bike and scooter to school. So that's what I'm looking at, and backing up what Caroline Perry and Break New Zealand presented earlier, and their life struggles to try and get this message across to all of us that, speed, the speed you take reflects on the damage that is caused when an incident happens. So kia kaha to Caroline and Break New Zealand for everything they do, but we need to do more, and I hope that this amendment reflects that and is supported in that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turner.
Auckland is a huge area now with many diverse communities and areas, rural areas where I live and stuff. I think that variable speeds in the appropriate places should be allowed. So I won't be supporting the submission, the thing. Thank you. Amendment.
Okay, is there any other comments? Having said that, I'll just make a couple of very brief comments. I support the intent of the amendment, but I question its necessity in terms of what's been put to us in the detail, because in the detail we say that as part of the submission, and this is all going towards a submission, is we recommend that the RCAs retain discretion on the implementation of permanent or variable speed limits, as well as the distances where speed limits apply outside schools, are subject to engagement with local communities and schools. I think that's what everyone wants, isn't it? So that is going in our submission. The reason that the term partially support was used because the officers wanted to support the notion that if, at least with the variable speed limit, it was going to at least introduce a standard operating hours, 90 minutes in the morning and 90 minutes in the afternoon. That doesn't currently exist. So, whether you use oppose or partially support, to me it's a little bit of a moot point as far as it goes to a submission, because I think we're both saying the things as far as the school gates go. So that's the only reason I won't be supporting it, because I've basically made the call that I'll go along with the officers, but I'm supporting the notion of the discretion retaining with the RSCAs and the subject to engagement, most importantly with the local communities and the schools. When I look around the local schools in my area, and I made a point of doing that before this meeting, 5 or 6 primary schools, most of them, well, all of them in fact, had engineered solutions, either speed tables or speed bumps, extensive signage. So it's very clear to me in that notion, and I suspect most schools will be the same, where there's already been quite extensive safety measures introduced over the years, not just in recent times, and with very good reason. So that's why I support this notion of the schools and the community calling the shops. They know the topography, the traffic patterns, what's required with gates and everything else, and that's what our recommendation says. So that's my explanation. So final speaker then, Councillor Williamson.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the order. I thought you were just going to do, I put my hand up to speak to the substantive. I thought you were only doing the amendment first.
No, yes, we are doing that. We're going to vote on the amendment and then we'll go back to substantive.
Okay, well, then I'll keep my hand up for later then.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. So all those who support the amendment, and it's been a call for a division, opposes the requirement, changes the word to opposes, with all the other detail remaining the same. By division, I'll put it over to Lata.
Councillor Baker,
No.
Councillor Barley. Yes. Member Brown,
Yes.
Mayor Brown. Councillor Dalton.
Yes.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipona.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
Yes.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes.
Councillor Hills.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Leone.
Yes.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Member Renata. Councillor Sayers.
No.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Sorry?
Councillor Stewart.
No.
Councillor Turner.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
And Chair Watson.
No.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, so that's tied.
That's a tie.
So you can't stand
And your casting vote, Chair.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, what is it's 11 each.
It's because Fletcher takes up 2 lines. Yeah.
Okay, so it is tied up. All right. No, well. Okay, well, I'm not. I've made my call, and I guess I wouldn't like this by way of explanation. I wouldn't like the intent of the proposal here, the feedback that we're giving, to be confused. So I'll vote for. Yes, yes, I did. Yes. Yeah.
That's carried.
I've tried to explain it. First of all, a casting vote doesn't have to be duplicated as opposed to your substantive vote. And the reason I did it was because basically the proposal and our response to it is the same, whether you have oppose or partially support. So it was a bit of semantics, and I didn't want the headline to be that half Auckland Council, it's the Wild West in schools, which it's anything but. It's quite the opposite. So I didn't want that misleading view going out. So there's the explanation, like it or lump it. Oh, all right, we now have another amendment, and this amendment goes by the Mayor. Okay, did you have a seconder, Mr. Mayor? Happy to second. Seconded by Councillor Walker, that the Transport and Infrastructure Committee supports the principle that local councils are best placed to understand local issues and set appropriate speeds, and the government should not be overly prescriptive on speed matters. To that, Mr. Mayor?
Quickly, yeah, I mean, I'm proposing an amendment to add to an overall principle for our submission, which is consistent with what staff presented. Is that the local councils are the best placed to understand local issues and set appropriate speeds, and the government shouldn't be overly prescriptive. The key issue is not whether all the speed limits that AT set are right. There are a range of views around the table here. I know a few of them don't seem right. In fact, as I walk from Ponsonby to here, there are 4 speed limits, which I didn't even know about, having walked there many times. But I got an electric car that actually picked up this little Chinaman in the front, and he looks up and finds the numbers and tells me, and somewhere or other, computer. And there's 4 speed limit changes between Ponsonby and here. Nobody knows that. And so, by the way to fix this isn't for the government to dictate that all changes we've made in the last 4 years be reversed, or to prescribe strict limits as to what speeds can be applied to our local communities. It should be up to AT working closely with councillors and local boards to apply speed limits, not an officer in Wellington that doesn't understand our city. So it's just to go along the top of it. I'm not into the A's, B's and C's of those other ones, but really, butt out, Wellington.
All right.
May I ask a question of the Mayor with regards his amendment? I wonder whether you should insert the word Auckland before speed, so the government can be prescriptive on any number of things just because they are the government, but we're talking specifically to Auckland speed matters. If you could insert the word Auckland, I think it would be helpful.
Quite happy to do that. It's part of what I've been saying about Auckland being different. I just spent this morning telling the Labor Party why they lost the election was because they started interfering from Wellington. Tomorrow I'm speaking to the National Party, I'll be telling the same thing, because they're starting to do exactly the same thing, interfering from Wellington.
All right, so the mover and the seconder agree with that minor adjustment that just makes it clear what we're talking about is Auckland. Does anyone else want to speak to that? Okay, then I'll put that amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
I want my vote recorded. I want my vote recorded against that, please.
Certainly.
And Councillor Stewart as well, thank you.
Okay, so record Councillors Williamson and Stewart. That brings us to the substantive now. Do we have anyone that wishes to talk? It's already been moved and seconded. Anyone want to speak to the? Okay, Councillor Filipina.
Chair, just very quickly, I just wanted a plea to yourself and Councillor Fletcher and also Haukura, who are going to have a look at the at our submission and forwarding through to you. is just to ensure that the government know that one of the main reasons is about safety, and that's why the submission is there. And that's really my only comment. I support and thank the staff for their work in a very, very time-constrained period. But that's all it was, Chair. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to support this, but I really do want to see an assurance that we are going to see where the rural road and speed limits have not been included in this. I want to see and have assurances that there is going to be an attempt or an effort by Auckland Transport to address some of those speed limits that were imposed, and it was an appalling, so from me being the local board chair at that point in time, it was an appalling process that did not allow local board or community views to be reasonably considered. And so there are roads out there that need to have I guess, looked at and investigated, and I want to see an assurance from Auckland Transport we're going to do that, because it is not good enough just to say we're not going to do it because the urban roads are more important. They are not. A road's a road, a person's a person. And so I don't care whether it's in the centre of the city or it's driving through our Whitu or driving out the back of Wellsford, it's as equally as important as anywhere in this whole region. And so I want to see that assurance that Auckland Transport will look at where there is information and requests from the local boards to readdress some of those roads, that they do that. And I guess I'm in a privileged position to be able to ask that, but I really do want to see that, because it is what communities in rural areas are crying out for and have cried out for since day one, the tranches that came through. 360 lines of spreadsheets in both tranches, over both tranches, so more than that, 700 lines, the local board went through and gave individual feedback on, and to a road except one, they were ignored. And so most of them were in agreement of 80 Ks, but the ones where it just didn't work. It was an appalling and damaging process for communities and for local board relationships with Auckland Transport at that point in time. So I'm dead keen for that to happen.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. I will be quick as well because I've already spoken, but support Councillor Baker 100%. The officers, when they presented earlier, they referred to a report called ABLE, and that was an interim evaluation around the first phase of safe speeds, and it tells us why we should have lower speeds. They took a control area, so although the time frame was around the COVID time, they didn't compare the results to the wider Auckland region. There was a control area compared with a lower speed area, and very quickly, in the 24 months, the phase 1 roads saw a 30% reduction in fatalities in comparison with the same period for the rest of the network. For the same period, there was a 11.8% reduction in DSI, 19.8% reduction in minor injuries, 18.4% reduction in all injuries. So 38.8% reduction in fatalities compared to what would have been expected if no changes to speed limits were made. So I guess we can all look outside our door at the street, across the street, at the school across the street, and nothing's happened. But across the difference from the speed limit reductions is indefensible, and how we would even consider, why a government would even consider that increasing speed limits with statistics like that is a good idea, I just can't fathom it. So this is the right thing to do. It is also the right thing to have the local decision making on this, because there are some anomalies, can never say that word, but there are, and we do need to consider that alongside Auckland Transport. But the evidence is there from phase 1. We've had other phases implemented since then, and the evidence will be there too. There's no argument that lowering speeds is saving lives. And when I look at the comparison to what we have now with a potential savings of 539 lives, and it sounds like a weird way to put it, but we would be saving 539 lives compared to what has been proposed that will only save 29 lives. There's surely no debate around which is the best option to go with. So thank you for the submission. Thank you to the officers that have had to work so quickly on this and diligently, and for all of the information that you've been able to provide, and look forward to reading the final version. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in support of all of the recommendations here for our submission, and I look forward to what our submission will eventually look like for many reasons that others have outlined as well. I live and I represent one of the areas that has one of the highest DSI rates in our city. And I'm really mindful, when I was chair of the local board, we had students from Aorere College come and present to us, not once, but twice. And I think they've also presented since I've left that position as well. And they basically begged our local board to do something about the speeding in that area. Auckland Transport then undertook some work to investigate their request, and they found that that part of Papatoetoe is one of the worst parts, one of the worst areas in our city. And they proposed a speed reduction program for the whole of, not just where that school was, but actually for the whole of the area feeding into that in Papatoetoe. And over some time, I think it took 3-4 years, including COVID, there was a lot of consultation that went into it. But that, I'm using that as an example because that showed how we could locally respond to circumstances that were raised to us by our local communities. And I think that that's one of the big reasons why I support this, so that we can retain that local ability to respond to what our communities want, to the circumstances, whether it's a rural road or an urban road, or whether it's just outside of our schools or outside of our town centres. And so I fully support the recommendations by our staff. I'm also mindful that, you know, a lot of work has gone into the speed limits that we have set, and what the government is proposing will just sort of throw that all out the window. And so, yeah, I'm speaking in support of all of this. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our staff as well, and thank you to Auckland Transport for all of their work, but also thank you to all the groups that submitted earlier on. Hearing those different viewpoints and different research as well has been really helpful. Kia ora. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foley, and finally, Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. This is always a very emotive subject, and I get the feelings that a lot of people hold very dearly to themselves. There's always got to be a safety at reasonable cost element to this, because if you wanted just total safety and you were worried about people dying on the roads, we could bring the road toll down to 0 by just setting the speed limit to 10 kilometres an hour and leaving it at that for everybody. Now, the economy would be bankrupt, the World Bank would have to come in and rescue us. And I don't think there's a single council around the table that's proposing it. So by the fact that you're prepared to allow for higher speeds than that, you are accepting that some people will die. That's the cost you will always pay unless you're prepared to go to ridiculously slow, almost walking speeds. You will always have people die. And when I look at this, I think this is really interesting because I've checked the National Party's website, and they put out a proposal which was all part of their manifesto called Accelerate New Zealand. And it was very clear in that they would reduce the blanket speed limit reductions, but they would put exceptions in for approaching schools with variable speed limits at appropriate times of the day. Now, why am I saying that? Well, they went to an election and they got an incredible size vote in Auckland, way, way bigger. The National Party's vote in Auckland was way, way bigger than it got in the rest of the country. And if that's the case, then why is it such that you're all saying you're speaking on behalf of your people? Did they go and vote for something that said this was going to happen? So I'm going to ask for a division, and I'm going to vote against the entire block. We've got plenty of examples out here like the Pakuranga Highway where AT have set ridiculous speeds and the community are just so up in arms about what has happened. But in the end, I get it. I think I'm probably going to be a lone wolf on this. I'm fine about that. But I would say if you want to have a look at a graph of the time for the years that I was Minister of Transport, the road toll dropped dramatically every year that I was Minister.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted some guidance. I'm happy to support some. I desperately want to support some, but not others. So how do we do that when we...
Okay, so you can just have that recorded, Councillor Turner, either verbally or just email later. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. I think we had a call for a division, and anyone like Councillor Turner who wants to record opposition to any part, please feel free to do so. So, division.
Councillor Baker?
For.
Councillor Bartley?
For.
Member Brown?
For.
Mayor Brown?
For.
Councillor Dalton?
For.
Councillor Darby?
For.
Councillor Ferry?
For.
Councillor Filipina?
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Councillor Foley?
For.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Hills?
Thank you.
Councillor Lee? Aye. Councillor Leone?
Yes.
Councillor Newman? Member Renata?
Not here. Oh, no.
Councillor Sayers?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Simpson? Yes. Councillor Stewart?
No.
Councillor Turner?
Yes, but opposition to 5 and 7, please.
7. Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
No.
And Chair Watson?
Yes.
That's carried.
It's going to be close.
Yes, for
1922.
you're assuming Cameron Brewer type statistics there, Councillor Williamson.
Is it not close?
I'm working on this. I'm working on...
All right, that's that item, and that is a submission after all. And Michael Roth has said that once that submission is written up, he will circulate it. It's not ideal, but dealing with successive governments now, very tight timelines have been imposed, which make things very hard as far as due process goes. But we soldier on and do the best we can in a typically heroic manner. So we move on to the next items, which are hopefully going to be progressed a little more quickly, and indeed have some very good news for various parts of Auckland, not least of which is the area around Mangere. Mangere. Mulati.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got Nick Vigar with me, Head of Planning for Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience. I think Mace was going to join us as well, but I'm not sure where he's got to.
Have you back in Auckland Council.
I'm delighted to be back in Auckland Council, thank you. You going to come and join us, Mace? So we've just put together a very brief presentation. Take the report as read, and I guess we're relying on the fact here that a picture says 1,000 words. So we're going to just quickly run through the presentation. Whoops, gone far too far. That's the first slide, isn't it? Okay. So we're here today to talk about our first of our blue-green resilience projects, and this is the wonderful suburb of Mangere. And we've got two catchments within Mangere that we're looking at, the Te Arata catchment and the Harania catchment. And just to put a bit of context around the Te Arata catchment, the first yellow star on the left is the Wormsley Road Bridge, and the yellow star to the top right of the image is the Mahanga culvert. What we're proposing for the Te Arata Bridge, which you will see on the next slide, what we're proposing is a replacement bridge. And for the Mahanga culvert, we're proposing significant access improvements, because although the culverts are of adequate capacity, it's virtually impossible to get to the culverts to do routine maintenance work. The best way I can describe the new bridge is that if we have a bathtub called Te Arata as a concept of the catchment, the bath plug is far too small and we can't empty the bath quick enough to deal with the next rain event. So effectively, you'll hear me talk about this concept of baths and bath plugs quite a bit, because we effectively need a new bath plug for Te Arata, and we also need a new bath plug for the Harania catchment, because the first yellow star on the left in Harania is the Tennessee culvert, and the one on the right is the Blake Road culvert. Now, the Tennessee culvert is effectively a culvert that goes underneath the Watercare Eastern Interceptor. And the culvert is far too small, and it's also placing the Eastern Interceptor at very significant risk, because the Eastern Interceptor is not in good condition at all. And so what we're proposing is a new pipe bridge solution, which you will see on the next slide, which effectively allows us to create a lot more waterway capacity under the pipe bridge. And we're also proposing a enhancement to the Blake Road culvert that may end up a new culvert or may end up a new pipe bridge. We're just working through the detail as to which will be the most cost-effective option at the moment. Just to also put some context around the work that's occurring in Te Arata, there's a lot of work upstream in the catchment that's part of the KO large-scale project development. So this work that we're doing downstream in the Te Arata catchment is actually an enabler for the major works that KO are proposing to do further up into the catchment, where they have a very major large-scale housing program which they are working on at the moment. So that's just the current Wormsley Bridge that you can see at the moment, and when you look at the draft concept on the top right, effectively it pretty much doubles the waterway capacity for that bridge. So one of the options we looked at was just somehow removing the middle pillar or the middle part of that double barrel culvert, but that still doesn't provide enough capacity, and so what we'll be looking to do is to build a totally new bridge. It's all in council land, and then we'll be looking to obviously minimise the traffic impacts by rerouting the new road to accommodate the bridge in its final location through some council land. And below we have an existing debris screen that was placed in the Awakiri project, and that will be placed upstream of the bridge to provide protection from blockages to the bridge itself. Also within the Te Arata catchment, we'll be looking to do some re-engineering of the stream itself, and so the green area will be removed to provide effectively one stream mode for normal flow conditions, and then where we've got the benching, that will become the mode for the high flow conditions. And that green material is all surplus material that's going to be removed, but the beauty of that green material is that that will actually support the KO land redevelopment project, because that will be used to enable currently flood-prone land to be reutilised as new developable land, and so the intention is to use all of the material within the project area or within the wider bounds of the catchment to provide for the ability to do some re-engineering of the ground contours to maximise the developable area, because at the moment most of the housing in the Te Arata catchment owned by KO is either been demolished or is in the phases of being demolished to allow for a new development works. And this is the pipe bridge that I referred to in the Harania catchment. So you can see on the left-hand side, just about halfway up in the middle, there's the existing pipe bridge. Is that the button? Is that the little light? Yeah. Oh, I got the right thing. So that one there, is it? So that's the existing pipe bridge. And obviously that's the new pipe bridge. We've also got the potential to look at some footbridge alternative upstream, which will provide some potential protection to the pipe bridge. That's not locked and loaded yet, but there is the opportunity to do something in that area, depending on the final design solution. So this is once again in the Harania catchment, and just looking at where the earthworks will be carried out. So that's the earthworks that's related. That's the earthworks that's related to the new pipe bridge, and that's the earthworks that's related to the Blake Road culvert project. The other somewhat unique feature of these projects is that we are proposing an order and council process in order to facilitate the regulatory approvals to actually build these assets. So you can imagine if we went through a typical council consent process, with the best will in the world, it would probably take us a thick end of 12 months to get a consent. But we're actually looking to put both these projects in place within a 2-year time frame. And so what the order and council process does, that it enables the actual legislative approvals to be provided as part of the through legislation, but it also will be conditions that we will consult with the local board and the local community prior to the detailed legislation around the order and council process. Yeah, and so I think it's not to be confused with the fast track process. This is still following. I guess it's where you'd probably get to with a set of resource consent conditions anyway, because we've been in the game long enough to know what a sensible set of conditions looks like. So they'd be the conditions that would be proposed to be part of the order and council process. Because the other thing about this whole process is we've already been through a whole lot of very significant engagement. We've had great support from the local board throughout this planning for this project. Mana whenua representatives are actually sitting on the project team. And so one of the unique ways that we want to deliver our blue-green projects is to actually have mana whenua part of the design team designing the solution, rather than coming later on and saying, this is what we've come up with, what do you think? And so I think that lays a really strong foundation for how we should be doing our design work in the future. We've also had a lot of engagement with the Ministry of Environment around the order and council, community groups, affected residents. I already referred to the great relationship we've got with KiwiRail. Obviously, big relationship with Waitakere around the new pipe bridge to replace the Eastern Interceptor. Because one of the challenges of the new pipe bridge for the Eastern Interceptor is connecting it back into the Eastern Interceptor at both ends of the pipe bridge, which is the type of job that's going to have to be done over a very, very quick period of time when there are low flows in the network. And so a massive amount of close working relationship with the operations team at Waitakere to facilitate that future planning before we commit to building the project in the first place, and obviously Auckland Transport with the Wormsley Road Bridge replacement as well. And as I say, we've got a blue-green network working group that we've established, which is actually involves designers and constructors and community representation and mana whenua representation right from the beginning, who've all part of the team delivering the final outcome. And that's the best way, I think, that we can de-risk the project. And that's, I think, our last slide. So at this stage, would be very happy to answer any questions on the, we've also got a confidential item where we're going through some of the property specifics that we'll need to deal with in the confidential part of the agenda, but this is the main proposal that we wanted to put in front of you in the public section of the meeting. Kia ora.
Yep, thank you for that, Craig, and good to get that project out for the people to see, which is really good news for the people that live in those catchments, and a good sign that Auckland Council's responding to some of those sort of shocking events of the last couple of years. So that's good news, and we'll open it up now to a few questions. And first off the list is Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. Only one question, and if it's okay with you, I would like to move and Councillor Foley second the recommendation. Craig, to you, Mason, the team, thank you. The question I have is not only this particular project, but those across Tāmaki, were they based on evidence around the selection of them, Craig?
These are the projects where we effectively have got the, we call them, I call this project a no-brainer in that we have a number of affected properties and there is a very cost-effective solution that has a good cost-benefit ratio, even not taking into account the wider benefit to the program, because the number of category 2, in this case, there are a number of category 2C properties that are able to be retained because the infrastructure can be delivered within a 2-year time frame, so a fairly rapid time frame by anyone's language, and it means that those properties can stay without having to be treated as category 3 purchases. And therefore we can, because we can come up with a rapid infrastructure solution to protect those properties and to facilitate future development. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And Chair, just got a little bit to say when we get to the debate and substantive. Kia ora.
Yes, certainly. As the mover of the resolution, Councillor Filipina, you'll be first called upon there. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got a question around the future-proofed notion of what you're up to. So against the background where sea level rise and storm surges are effectively locked in, so it only becomes a matter of time before we have progressive sea level rise as various ice caps and ice masses melt. So that's a given. And storm surges are intensifying as a consequence of evapotranspiration and sea level temperatures and the like. So how long is this going to be future-proof to accommodate flooding of this area? Because the size of the outlet is not going to make any difference against that background. And my related question is, when are we going to start addressing, in areas like this, floor level heights, so that the area is progressively future-proofed? Otherwise, places are going to get flooded out. It's an inevitability. So a couple of questions. One, around how this is future-proof to accommodate ongoing sea level rise and storm surges, because the water's not going to be able to egress, it's going to back up. And secondly, when are we going to address floor levels in respect of areas like this and other areas? Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor, through you, Chair. I'll take the sea level rise first. Certainly sea level rise is an issue that needs to be looked at, not just here, but across Tamaki more broadly. The coastal inundation aspects of these catchments have been considered also, not just the change in rainfall. And so I think broadly the expectation is that, and this is going back to information around from Kāinga Ora around their large-scale developments, is there's confidence that there's in excess of 100 years across these catchments. And that's my broad understanding of the sea level rise implications. I don't really have any more detail right here and now. With respect to the floor level question, I think that's a very highly relevant one at the moment. As part of the Natural Hazards Plan change, where we are currently discussing, the technical side are currently discussing with the CPO side of the business, what the options are in there. And I think, type of construction is certainly one of those opportunities in there where we identify levels of risk, because risk is a spectrum. And so that's certainly one of the issues that's being discussed at the moment. Kia ora.
I think, through you, Mr Chairman, Councillor Walker, I just refer members also to the memorandum that came from Phil Reid and others around the Natural Hazards Plan change in April. So that really outlines some of the proposals in that policy development process, and leading through to August, you'll be having quite a debate about that from a policy perspective.
Reserve a right.
Right, Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, and thank you, team, for all of your hard work as well. I commend you for the engagement in particular that you've talked about, but I wonder if you could just give us a little more detail around that, because I'm mindful that some people may be nervous about, I don't want to use the word fast track because it's got that funny connotation to it, but speeding it up, speeding the process up. And so if you can give us that extra confidence that although we will speed the process up by asking for an order in council, that in fact the engagement with community, with iwi, with mana whenua, with the local board is there and has been there from the start. And then my second question is around the time difference. If you can give us a little bit more detail on what is the difference between going through this order in council process that you're asking us to approve today, or going through the RMA process? What sort of a difference would we see in time, but also possibly in cost? Kia ora.
Kia ora. So I think the order in council process, it'll be 2 months, Mace, is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, through Councillor Foley, it'll be 2 to 3 months, but it depends on, we will need to go to select committee, so and your presentation, and then there's a recommendation from the executive committee to the Governor General around passing that. So there is a public input process, but 2 to 3 months.
So the actual specific conditions that we're going to set ourselves, which will be incorporated in the order in council, have been developed through the project team, and so the actual mana whenua representatives and the community representatives sitting on that group will sign off first on those draft conditions. I think the key thing it provides us is certainty. So we know that there's going to be an order in council process. We know we're going to come out with a set of conditions. When we get into a resource consent process, it constitutes a high degree of uncertainty about the number of potential appeals you might get. And I think, to be honest, looking at the way that things track historically, 12 months would be a conservative estimate of the time it would take to secure a resource consent. And I think particularly in a situation like this where we have such strong local support already, it's effectively a mandate that we have from the community already to get on and give them some certainty in their lives, because one of the important things about this project is to develop infrastructure of this size and scale from start to finish in 2 years is not something that normally happens in the council realm. Normally it takes a lot longer. So I think the fact that we're really pushing the boat out and getting cracking now, we've got designers on board, we've got constructors on board, I think indicates the fact that we're trying to get people back to a normality as quickly as possible. Kia ora.
I would just add, Councillor and members, so this is enabled through the Severe Weather Emergency Recovery Legislation Act in 2023 specifically, and very targeted to those events and to these projects. So it is quite unusual and quite targeted. I think the important thing that Craig mentioned is here, 56 homes that would otherwise be properties where people are living will be intolerable risk to life, get relief a lot quicker. So at least 12 months, if not longer, they will get that relief a lot quicker through this order and council process, and including the protections that Craig mentioned of engagement and conditions of consent. So, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. But I understand that the project, if it goes through, will actually have a positive impact, not just for those homes that were affected, but a wider positive impact. Kia ora, is that true?
It effectively enables the development of the whole of that catchment, which is part of KO's wider vision for their whole large-scale housing program that they're working on, as well as other developers as well. So not only are we talking about better flood outcomes, we'll also be talking about better stream health outcomes, better ecological outcomes, generally enhancing the waterway from all perspectives. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Ferry?
I know you like to make it wait. Chair, that's okay. So my questions, and thank you for this, my questions were around the working group and noting the other requests from the Māngere o Tahu local board to have the chair, their deputy and another member. Has that been accommodated?
Yes, my understanding is that we've had excellent input from the local board right from the beginning.
Right. Excellent.
Yep.
And so it wasn't a gotcha.
No, but it's something that we've insisted from the beginning that we work. These are effectively, I believe, really need to be community-led projects to be successful. So we've bent over backwards to maximise local board, local community and mana whenua participation right from the beginning.
That's great to hear. And so just to be clear for me, because I'm a little bit familiar with Te Ararata, but not with Haranui, I think it is. But it's one group for both catchments, is that right? One working group?
It's certainly, yeah, it is effectively one working group for both catchments because they both obviously form a key component of the Māngere wider.
Great.
Which is why when we've been talking to the Crown, we refer them to it as our Māngere precinct in a sense because they're effectively neighbourhood catchments. Yeah.
Great. And so the Te Ararata stream team group, they'd be included there as well? Is that, yeah, Nick's nodding. Cool. Great. And so the reason I'm so curious about the working group is because obviously this is a model we're going to recreate in other communities in a way that suits them. So what are we doing to sort of keep track and evaluate how that process is working, so we can learn from it for others when we roll those out? And that's my last question.
Yeah, look, I think that's an entirely fair observation. We've obviously been very focused at the moment on getting action on the ground and actually delivering a viable solution. But I think now's the opportunity to look a little bit more forensically at the way we've gone about the process. As you say, this has been the first cab off the rank, and this is going to become hopefully the exemplar for how to develop the balance of our, because you'll recall when we talked about our program, we talked about the tranche 1, which were the ones that we wanted to get in the first 2 years. And we had all our tranche 2 initiatives. And those are the ones that we're starting to occupy our mind now. So I think there are some learnings we can take out of the work that we've done at Mangere that can be transplanted into our other teams. Albeit we've already got the kernel of those groups up and running already, because as you know, there's an awful lot of work that needs to be done, and we were really keen to hit the ground running on a number of individual locations. But I'm sure there's always things we could do to improve the process.
Great. I'd just encourage you to perhaps check in with the strategic brokers for the local boards in those areas for how best to move that conversation forward. Thank you. That's great. Very encouraging.
Right, thank you. Councillor Sayers?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, guys, great stuff. Moving forward, this is terrific. I'm very happy to support this and support my colleagues in the south there. My question is, this just because there will be people dialed in, and they'll probably be interested to know around the insurance side of things, so obviously not moving to category C. So did you just want to perhaps, for those people online, just outline how this is going to affect them, the benefits for them in their pockets, and perhaps including their ability to insure property going forward?
Kia ora, Councillor Sayers. Just to give you and people online assurances, firstly, though, I have to say the relationship between property owners and their insurers is one for them. However, in the Recovery Office, we have been working proactively with the Insurance Council and also insurers. And Category 2C is one that they're very aware of and comforted by particularly delivering that program in an expedited way, which reduces the risk, obviously, to insurers and reinsurers in terms of the cost. So I'm confident that insurers are very supportive of these programs which reduce risk to property and people.
All right, yeah. Thanks, Councillor Sayers. Finally, Councillor Hills.
Thank you. This is great, and don't want to take away from that, but similar to other people's questions, I guess, could you just give a tiny brief reason of why these projects are clearly being done now and why maybe areas like Milford and others are just not the same type of project? Because there's a lot of angst around how bad it is in other areas, but this is such a different, yeah, you know what I mean.
So if we looked at all of the problems we've got to fix in Auckland, the Wairau Valley is the most problematic and difficult. In order to put in place a solution for Wairau Valley, we are going to have to, I talk about my bath plug analogy today. The bath plug that occurs in Wairau Valley is basically in the Milford community, and it's probably going to require the acquisition of land that's currently not flood impacted to build that bath plug. And so in order to do that, we need to have first of all, we need to develop a strawman solution that works, and then there'll need to be a lot of community engagement around potential properties that not even suffered flood damage in the past, but without redeveloping that land, we can't fix the problem. And so that's a real challenge that we face going forward. And the last thing we want to do is to go out and get a community worried about a future outcome when we've got to first of all make sure we've got a technical solution that's going to deliver the outcome that we need to do. And so that's a reason why we haven't, but we are hoping within the next 12 months to actually come back with solutions for Clover Drive in Waimaku, in the Wairau Valley catchment, in Tionga Stage 2, Whangapuri in the south, Kemiu in the north. These are all high risk areas that we're working on at the moment as part of our tranche 2. And so the intention would be over the next 12 months to develop proposals to the extent where we can come back with initiatives and go through the Crown business case process to get the Crown support, because these projects are all relying on business cases that will also be supported by Crown infrastructure partners through the Crown agreement in order to get the viability established to make the go decision on each of these individual areas. Kia ora.
All right, that's the questions. It's been moved and seconded by the Champions of the South, and we have Councillor Filipaina as the mover, wishing to make a few comments.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, Craig. Chair, look, I firstly just wanted to go back to late last year and early this year, and want to acknowledge Matt and Craig approached us in regards to the possibility around this project. One of the key things I said to them when we were first approached was that it needs to be on evidence. It has to be evidentially based, and this is why I asked my partai earlier on to ensure that this process was based on evidence, and because I knew that there would be some others that would say, why Māngere, why it's not our area. I know that's not the case around this table, but I just wanted to make sure that we weren't the ones, because look, we want to get you this 2 councillors in the Manukau ward. This is what we want to do. So to Matt and to Craig, thank you so much. When it then came back to us around what was going to happen, there's a lot of people I want to acknowledge, and I just need just a few seconds to do that, Chair, and that's Mara, Andrew, Nicola, Elizabeth, Conrad, Leighton, Emma, the support team. Thank you so much for getting us into this position. Last night I spoke to the chair of the Māngere o Tāhihu local board, Tauanu'u Nick Bakulich, and Chair, he gave me his apologies, wanted to pass it on to you that he would have loved to have been here, but the fact that he missed out on asking for your permission to come through to have a few words, he just wanted to acknowledge the fact that if he was there, he would have loved to have spoke, but he just forgot to get hold of your Chair and the team. But thank you to that. Look, I mean, from our perspective, and this is the last comment I wish to make. Someone who said that what was so important to him and the local board was our mana whenua, was our mātā waka, was the brokers that we have there, also the team from the recovery office in contacting us. So just wanted to put out a big thank you to all those that I've mentioned, Chair, and just sort of look forward. Tauanu'u looks forward also to the approval from central government in regards to this and the support from them. So again, to you, Craig, and to the team, to you, Mace, and everybody, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you for those acknowledgements, Councillor Filipaina. I should have told Nick he could have put in an order in council for local board input. We would have fast-tracked his appearance. Councillor Walker?
Sure. So I'll be voting against this. I mean, I commend the officers for taking some steps to enhance the resilience, but almost without exception, these areas, and that includes the Wairau Valley, the Wesley area in Mount Roskill, a lot of these Kāinga Ora areas were all old swamps, and they happened to be developed by the Housing Corp, and previous to that, other Crown entities, because the land was cheap and they were filled in, and that was the job that was done. In the last interglacial period, they were certainly swamps where they were underwater. And regretfully, there's a significant lag between the science and the evidence and what's happening on the ground and our planning. So our planning's out of date. And I have a real concern that in these areas, particularly where you've got a significant landowner like Kāinga Ora, we should be addressing the floor areas. They should be going up. That's going to buy us some time. We should be taking the roads and treating them as overland flow paths, so in significant storm events we can cope better, and these things are not happening. So I'll be voting against this, Mr. Chair. It's a step in the right direction, but it goes nowhere near fast enough given the evidence on the ground. And my real concern is that as much and all as our planners can tell us stuff, we really need to be informed by cutting-edge scientists about what's happening now. Because we're going to lose out, and these areas will be uninsurable in the short to medium term rather than the long term. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Actually, gentlemen, you can revert to the safety of Edinburgh Castle. There's the heat and the debate starts to wind up now. Yeah, I don't know if I can vouch for your safety. We go to the seconder of the motion, Councillor Foley.
Mr.
No,
Chair, just to complete.
Councillor Foley.
I'll speak in a minute.
Thank you, kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Look, I obviously am going to support the recommendations, and like the staff said, this is a no-brainer. This is work that we must do. You know, the people of Mangere, they were devastated by the effects of the floods, and then again by the cyclone, and then again recently with the rains in mid-May. So it's obvious that this is work that has to be done. And I'm really glad to see that they've been given some priority and hearing from the staff why that is. Not to say that other work doesn't need to be done, but just that we can do this work. And that's my second point, is that not only is this work that we must do, but it's work that we can do. We've heard from our staff. I know that they've gone and done the research, they've investigated, they've had the geotech experts have a look, they've come out to our communities and they've talked about all of that. Healthy Waters has been involved as well. So they've done the work, they've put together 2 really good business cases. So it's ready to go. This is different from some of the other projects because it is ready to go and they can do the work if we allow them and give them the green light to do it. And lastly, this is work that we can do faster, and I accept some of what Councillor Walker was saying in terms of the urgency, but here we have an example where we can do this work faster. I'm trusting in the evidence that our officers have told us today, have given us and presented to us, and I'm really hopeful that we will pass this so that we can get on with this work as soon as possible. I think if we could have done this yesterday, I would have voted for it yesterday. The people of Mangere are in one of the areas of highest deprivation in this city, so they are the least resourced to deal with issues like this. You know, and this is work, like we've heard, we can do it, we should do it, and we can do it much faster. I totally support the order in council process, and I'm confident in the reassurances we've been given by staff that the engagement process is robust. I'm happy to hear that the local board, iwi, matawaka, and community groups have been involved from the start and will be involved through the working party throughout the process. I don't know that we've done that before as a council, and I'm hopeful that we'll learn from this process and this engagement and replicate it and improve upon it going forward as well. Yeah, so like I said, it's a no-brainer for me, and I really hope that everyone around the table will vote this through. I really hope unanimously as well, Councillor Walker, when the time comes to vote. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foley, and finally, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora, thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I think, Councillor Walker, what you're asking for is land zoning changes, not that we should stop on particular projects where there are existing communities of need, where there are existing rules that allow housing and will continue to allow housing for the foreseeable future, and where we have an opportunity to work with a community to make transformational change that's going to deliver a really beautiful, resilient outcome. We know that these projects work because we've seen them work. In the floods in 2023, the storm events, they worked in Freeland Reserve in Mount Roskill. They worked in, I think it's called Greenslade Domain in Northcote. So we know that these projects work. We actually have evidence of that, and people are going to want to live in these communities they've lived in for generations. We have an obligation to make that safe. So I will support this wholeheartedly.
And Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in support of this and acknowledge the councillors, Councillor Awhilipa and Councillor Lotufuli, and their advocacy, the Tawanuu and the Mangere o Tahu local board, and their work in representing the community and working in with Healthy Waters. Thank you, Craig and Nicholas, for your leadership here, and Mace, to bring this to the elected representatives. But really want to acknowledge, I lived in Mangere for 30 years. That's where I grew up. It never flooded when I lived there. Never saw any flooding. And then all of a sudden, all this flooding. So I was actually really pissed off with Kāinga Ora, putting in developments and not making sure that the area wasn't going to flood when this kind of flooding event happens. So I really take my hat off to Healthy Waters for stepping in and doing this this project. So thank you to the elected representatives for fighting for Mangere. Always good to see how everyone comes together, especially during that flooding event where everyone just mobilised and supported each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Just want to acknowledge everyone here in the Healthy Waters team as well. This is significant. Myself, Councillor Watson, Deputy Mayor and the Mayor have been on the what's it called, political reference group for this work. You know, it was hard with the last government. We were offered such small amounts to begin with, but we worked hard to up the amount significantly on both buyouts and the Making Space for Water process. Obviously, it's 50-50 funding, and thank you to the government who's now agreed to carry that that agreement on. This is fantastic, and my question before was not an anti these projects, because these are fantastic. It was trying to get across that we care equally about every part of Auckland that was affected, but this is a key, and it's not easy. None of this is going to be easy, but very straightforward. The land holdings, the ability to do it, the engineering, it can be done now, and anything we can do should be brought forward as quickly as possible. Other areas, unfortunately, are so complex, so expensive, and will need significant private purchase of homes. And I know that people are getting upset when they'll start seeing other areas get picked up, but it is simply because the resources and the ability to do it. And we are waiting on the government approval, and it's going this month now, isn't it, Deputy Mayor, to cabinet around those 2Cs and whether we get agreement from government to buy more homes sooner, because I think it is going to be completely unfair if we put communities on hold for 4, 5, 6 years. So we're just crossing our fingers that the government agree to that, and then we'll be able to progress other areas as fast as this. So congratulations to the team on this, but the rest of Auckland needs to know we're doing everything we can to speed up those processes on what is a transformational piece and a change. And on Councillor Walker's point, we are pushing to do those plan changes, Councillor Walker, but we are hamstrung by the government legislation until they change that, which shown by Minister Bishop this morning, that is in train. Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I will just talk very briefly, and that is 100% in support of what's going to happen here in Mangere. I saw it firsthand, and I'm really supportive. I'm not of your area. I know these things always are moved and seconded by, you know, the people whose community they represent, but it's very nice to get support from across the other side of the city. But the point I just want to make is, and I wasn't actually going to speak until I heard Councillor Hills, is that, and it's actually to staff, I just think you need to be very careful on the comms around this and make sure the other areas understand why we're doing what we're doing when we're doing it, because it's all, you know, the whipping. What about me? What about me? Why aren't I first? So I just think that's a key point. So but I'm absolutely supportive of what's happening here. Yes, we can, and we are, and we will, and it will have really good results for Auckland, especially Mangere. Thanks.
All right, moved Filipina, seconded fully. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Walker, okay. All right, thanks for that. So we move on to item 13 now, and just as the team come back, a bit of a reality check here, folks. We've got a few more items to go through, and we've got a workshop after this. Now, I have to wait around to go out to Mangere Airport at 10 o'clock, so I'm in no rush, but I imagine a few of you actually are. So we can maybe try and speed things up a little bit. Okay. No. Okay, over to you, Craig.
Yeah, kia ora, Mr. Chair. So we're now going to quickly run through the Muriwai Flood and Landslide Resilience project. This is obviously focused on Muriwai, two areas that we're focusing on, Domain Crescent and Motutara Road. So in Domain, Crescent, there are 4 properties that we'll be protecting from future landslips, and also taking the opportunity to upgrade the open side drains to increase stormwater capacity, and also installing sediment traps to improve the maintenance. And we're doing similar stormwater infrastructure works in Motatara Road as well. So that's just an example of what the structure may end up looking like. It's obviously heavyweight engineering to effectively protect the downstream properties from future land movement, as we know the area is inherently quite unstable. But the reason we brought this to this committee is that there are some land issues that will be required private land issues that will be required to deal with in the confidential part of the agenda, because the actual project cost is not normally something we bring to the committee's attention being within staff DFA limits, but this does involve some specific property issues that need to be discussed under confidential. Kia ora. And once again, I think we've done a good job with engagement with local board, Te Kawerau Maki, the community groups, the residents, obviously, and with Watercare and Auckland Transport as well. And we'll just leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Thanks, Craig. And this is a move by Rodney Rep, Greg Sayers, and seconded by the former Rodney District Council member Wayne Walker. And we've got a couple of quick questions from those 2 gentlemen. Greg.
Thank you, Chair. Look, my question isn't specifically to Mirawa. Obviously, I'm going to support this, and thanks for the great work. And I agree with your engagement with all those different parties has been great. But the question is around, again, with the public listening in, and I should have asked it under the last item, but I'll take my opportunity now, and that's the fact that some of those other areas that you've touched on, Craig, that we're going to have to address going forward across Auckland, some of those might involve commercial land, or they could involve infrastructure, right? So the flooding actually takes out infrastructure, which affects the economy. And the one I'm thinking about is obviously State Highway 16 in Kimu. They just brought that city to a grinding halt because you couldn't truck through it. So could you just elaborate a little bit more on those points? And is there a way forward? Can there be a way forward? Or is there no hope on a way forward to try and address commercial and infrastructure in terms of getting funding from the Crown?
Look, I think there is the opportunity. The Crown has just announced the new Infrastructure Resilience Fund. It talks about areas outside of metropolitan Auckland. So my first question is, are communities like Kimu part of metropolitan Auckland or not? Because under my definition, they certainly are not. Because we do have the opportunity to then look at a wider business case, because the current deal we've got with the Crown, as I understand it, and Mace will correct me if I'm wrong, is constrained to looking at residential properties and not commercial and industrial properties at risk, is a fundamental premise.
That's correct, Councillor, what Craig says, but we can include the co-benefits and economic benefits for fast-moving goods, commercial land, lifelines, infrastructure is a co-benefit to these projects, and we will include that in the business case to Crown Infrastructure Partners. So Wairau Valley, for example, State Highway 16, State Highway 20 in the case of the previous item, so co-benefits are really critical.
Councillor Walker?
But in a situation like Kimu, where there are some residential properties at risk, but there's also significant commercial, industrial at risk as well. One concept we've been thinking about is splitting that program up into different stages, where different stages could be delivered under different Crown programs, if you like, in order to facilitate an overall outcome. But we will be coming back with obviously more information on that. I think what I can commit to is the concept on a regular basis of just coming back and reporting across the portfolio as to where we're, and that could be done as part of the Recovery Office reporting, just an update as to where we're sitting with each of the geographies that we're looking at, and emerging risks and challenges or whatever that we're working through, so that way we can bring everyone up to speed as we progress. Kia ora.
Yep, I think that'd be useful. Councillor Walker?
Sure, and you're right, Mr Chair, I have some familiarity as a long-time Rodney District Councillor, and I support all of the resilience measures that are underway here. But given that part of the problem are the issues that occur on-site, that is, on-site stormwater issues, overland flow paths, on-site sewage treatment, on-site water supply, is this project taking those issues into account to leverage the changes that are necessary there, particularly on these steep escarpments in Muriwai? So are we taking a comprehensive approach in respect of the Muriwai landslide and stormwater resilience exercise?
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Could it be rephrased?
Sure. So this is an item on Muriwai landslide and stormwater resilience. Much of the catchment is on private land, households. The contributing factors on many of those properties that contribute to the overall stormwater and slipperage problem go to on-site sewage management, wastewater management, on-site stormwater management and water management, vegetation issues on properties where there have been clearances for views and so on. So are you taking those things into consideration as part of an overall package to leverage those outcomes?
I think, Councillor, the best answer to that is that there are inevitably a number of problems, particularly on these steep bits of land, and they do all compound. At the moment, our focus is on risk to life properties. There will be many properties that will retreat from around this area because there is no solution. This particular solution does protect a group. It also protects a piece of infrastructure, a road that's vital to other people who live there. But I think beyond that, at the moment, while we always try and look holistically, things like on-site wastewater are not, to be honest, issues that have particularly been high in our thinking.
Just to follow up, Mr Chairman, I don't wish to delay things, but Councillor Walker, 64 Category 4 street properties are identified, which most of those are purchased now at Muriwai, and that is on the steepest land following a detailed geotechnical and natural hazards overall project as well. So two things: one, buying the properties, but one, doing a natural hazards assessment on the worst land. But the other issues you raise are matters for the unitary plan, and those are issues I propose you take up with the unitary plan team.
Mayor Brown?
Generally supportive of all the work you're doing, but I'm always keen to check on all numbers. Are you quite sure, did I hear you say 6.23 million to protect 4 properties? Hopefully it's more than that. That's $1.5 million a property. You may as well buy the things for less than that.
No, that was the total project cost, looking at all of the stormwater improvements in both roading networks.
That covers, that influences a lot of properties, doesn't it?
Yeah,
okay, good.
exactly. So that was just the...
That was what I was hoping the answer would be.
Correct.
Now the other bit, 675,000 for an empty piece of land, which is of no use to anybody but us. Seems quite I bet they're willing to sell it at that price. We wouldn't even put it on an auction and just bid high.
I think that'll come up in confidential, Your Worship. But
I thought we were in confidential. My humble apologies for that. Righto.
We'll edit that bit out.
I'll retract that statement. I had it all wrong.
It was just your imagination.
Yeah, it is completely wrong. It was a Biden moment.
Councillor Turner?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. You know, there's a lot of work to do with roadside drains and culverts and all that sort of stuff. And there's a lot of complaint about the maintenance on those prior our storm problems, and there's a lot of confusion about what department actually manages some of that space. Where's the kind of MOU with Auckland Transport? Is there some funding crossover there? And certainly, what's the ongoing maintenance requirements after that infrastructure's been upgraded? Is it with?
So in this specific example, we would take on, the Healthy Waters would effectively take on the responsibility for the infrastructure that we're creating. We would maintain that infrastructure going forward.
This is created, it's really upgraded, isn't it? There's already roading infrastructure and road drainage there.
Yeah, but I think the road drainage needs a significant enhancement. It's really one of these situations where we move from a rural setting into a semi, as an area becomes urbanised, as you know, and things start to change around the utilisation of the land and the way that you treat the stormwater in those areas. And so we've taken the opportunity here to start to move to a more urban type solution in order to better manage things like sediment.
Good, and I think anybody there is going to be happy with any sort of upgrading. They don't mind who pays, but then so okay, you've got that under control. But going forward, this still is kind of like a bush living suburb, like West Auckland. So therefore, the ongoing maintenance of what you put in place, that will go over to Auckland Transport when you've moved out.
So in very simple terms, if it's a rural landscape, and the road margins are managed by Auckland Transport, Healthy Waters does the urban work. Now, where things start to get confusing is, another good example is we move on to Waiheke, for example. So when Healthy Waters started taking an interest in Waiheke because of the number of problems that were being generated by the stormwater and a lot of it related to roads and overland flow paths and the like, we found that we were starting to have to effectively retrofit more urban type stormwater solutions into Waiheke. And that's where we run into this grey area of what's healthy, where the margin between Healthy Waters and Auckland Transport sits. And so we've obviously got a good relationship with Auckland Transport. So the general agreement is if it requires a more urban type infrastructure solution, it's run and managed by Healthy Waters. Otherwise it would stay as an Auckland Transport program.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, Member Renata.
Tēnā koutou. It's more a statement, I suppose, especially in the sense of the engagement that you've taken on board to work with mana whenua, so that's great to hear. And the technical work, the engineering work that goes alongside and how to move it forward. The significant sites, and this is my naiveness of the area, no doubt would be around that space as well, and whether the engagement of cultural inductions, cultural impact, cultural values assessments, cultural impact assessments have been discussed going forward with the mana whenua grouping that have been engaged throughout. Is that taken on board?
Yep, so a couple of points there. So with regards to cultural areas of significance, we've been working with Te Kawerau Maki directly, and they've identified no areas of cultural significance within the project areas. But irrespective of that, we will be doing full cultural inductions for all staff working on the program. At this stage, we contemplate physical works starting in potentially September this year and concluding in June 2025. So as part of the process before we start any physical works, because we can't start physical works until we've got the business case signed off by council, we've got the business case signed off by the Crown, and we've done the procurement for the contractor to actually start physical works. So we're assuming that will happen in about September, and by then we will have we will make sure that we do the appropriate inductions in advance of that.
Just to get my head around it. So we've got September, you said, yeah?
September this year is when we anticipate starting
So the
civil
engagement,
works, subject to all of the various business case sign-offs and approvals.
so the engagement would be still ongoing.
The engagement has started many months ago, and that will continue on an ongoing basis throughout the whole delivery of the program.
And that's good.
Correct.
Right, thank you, Member Renata. So it's been moved and seconded. No one needs to speak to this, I don't think. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. All right, thank you, gentlemen. And good news for people in Muriwai and Mangere there. Item 13 is just a pro forma summary of Transport Infrastructure Committee information. I'll just ask Director Barry Potter just to say something very quickly about the site visits that Barry has organised.
I'm happy to move the item while we wait.
Yes, move. Okay. Away you go, Barry.
I'll look very quickly. The invitations are going out tomorrow for a CRL site tour on the Thursday the 18th. It's in the morning. These are really hard to organise. Numbers are limited. First in, please. And there is unlikely to be another one soon after that. So to, pardon? 18th of July. Yep. And so invites go out. Reply quickly to Karen. She'll organise it and Karen's the boss. Eastern Busway, there's a site visit there on the 2nd of August, and that'll be included as well.
Thanks very much for that, Barry, and certainly those, that site visit to the CRL is well worth seeing for anyone who hasn't been down there. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Chair, just before we move on, I just really want to acknowledge Barry. Barry has been passionate about the importance of site visits. He understands that we need often to understand the whole scale of a project in order that we can really do justice to it in a policy sense. And I know that he has pushed very much against the diaries that we all have that are not always willing in terms of these, but I really do want to take this chance to actually thank Barry very sincerely.
Yeah, yes, and thank you very much for doing that, Councillor Fletcher, because there's no small amount of effort involved, and for the people that go along, it's really worthwhile. Seeing is believing, as the old saying goes. So thank you again very much for that, for what you do there, Barry. It's really appreciated. Moved and seconded, and yes, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And there is no extraordinary business, so that brings us mercifully to item 15, which we go a procedural motion to exclude the public. Thank you, people that have sat through the business today. All the best. And that is because we're including the items that we had in public to do with the flood resilience projects, which we go into a bit more financial details. So that's moved by Councillor Fletcher and seconded by Councillor Turner. All those in favour? Against? Okay, carried. So we'll just give 5 minutes to clear the room, and then we'll go into those two confidential items, which we'll hopefully go through reasonably quickly. And then we've only got the workshop to do. So that's